4, and then Kip Mile will be number 5, and so it goes. Aha! Martin Willis said he thinks. You see, Martin Willis and these guys, you guys are trying to be revisionists. He said, I think it should be Ganta City. Martin Willis, in your dream. Graham Bassa, yeah. Victor Willer Patton says Graham Bassa and Greenville. Obviously, when you talk about James E. Green, one of the greatest vice presidents we've ever had from Sino County. For those of you from those small counties, you're just coming on from Banga. Banga should be. You thought it was. No, Banga is not. It is Monrovia, Grand Bassa, then Greenville, Sino County. You know, my 26th was good because my anniversary is the 25th. So it's always good for me. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. No. You see Jordan Nubo. You see how the people from Plebo get dry face? He not even saying Hapa. He said Plebo should be the second capital of Liberia. John Nemo, Ellen Johnson would say, that's a lie. And I like the way she does it. She spelled it like that. L-I-E, capital L, capital I, capital E, lie. John Newman, Ellen Johnson said, that's a lie. Capital L, capital I, capital E, that's a lie. Plymouth will never be the second capital of the Republic of Liberia. You're way behind God back. God cannot have capital city behind his back. God, way behind God back. Plymouth. How long does it take to get to Plymouth? Maybe 1 year when you're driving. 88 miles from Monrovia to Buchanan, downtown Buchanan. And you want to talk about Plymouth, that take a whole week. But how, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we got some great discussions. Why are we celebrating July 26th? There is an intellectual and academic discussion that is going on, and this one was touched by a Dutch scholar. He said Liberia was colonized. And he laid out the historical context. He said the Republic of Liberia was a colony of the great United States. Sylvester Sandy Carter is Uganda is the second and best capital city in the Cooking Republic of Wakai. You might have some crew in you because you're just like making flour, you're like fighting business. Everywhere you go, you want to fight. On this July 26th, the people are in Boston having a great time, and you over here, you don't even want to give the people a break. Sylvester gave the people a little break. Let them have the great time. Hopefully, all your families and friends, I know Joseph Werga will swear you. Joseph Werga said, and I should deliver this message to you. Your nephews and your cousins and your nieces, all thousands of them will send you a text message for 26. You got to send it 26. That is swear will catch you. Say you want to be frisky. Say you want to be disrespectful. Joseph Werga will swear you. All your family members will call you for 26, and you will go broke. My Todian son, I am falling live from Brewerville tonight. Thanks you for the show. Yeah. All the villes have been in the news. Royceville, Bernardsville, Brewerville, all the station areas. you have to go out there and you start take your chapia or your cutlass and start brushing on all the bushes because you don't know what is storing there. When you see any suspicious container, call the police. They may be hiding some stuff in Breville, you don't know. But this is where we are. So we'll be talking about drugs, we'll be talking about immigration, we'll be talking about independence. Were those our forefathers that wrote the history? Did they deliberately try to fool us by saying we were not colonized? Or because of their pride and dignity, they decided to stay away, a mile away from the word colonization? But then the Dutchman is saying, you guys are smart enough. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it has to be a duck. He gave us a historical context. He said, listen, first of all, the foundation of the Republic of Liberia says Liberia was founded by the American Colonization Society. Oh, did I hear colonization there? Our Constitution was written here. Our national anthem was written. Everything you can think about. Our Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag. So how come now, even the money you are using, the design of a Capitol Hill, the bicameral system, so if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, and it got a flat feet like a duck, and it has a beak like a duck, it is a duck. So some are saying now that we have arrived, our forefathers have done their share. They have done their best. They have established for you a nation, imperfect as it is. It is time for you and everyone else to get around the table now and smoothing around the rough edges. Let's rewrite the history and make it right. That is a topic that we are going to be discussing in detail. In detail. So let us know what you think about our independence. Our independence. It says here, a new book by the Dutch historian Frere van der Kraaij is challenging one of Liberia's most enduring historical narrative, arguing that the country was effectively colonized by the United States through the American Colonization Society rather than by the European power. Drawing on decades of archival research, Van contends that the society led largely by slaveholders used free Black Americans and free slaves to establish a colony, reshaping Liberia's origin. It looks like he was talking to me. One of the governors of the new republic was Thomas Buchanan, named after where I was born. He was a governor that was sent to lay the foundation and smoothing the edges So much so that if they felt comfortable that black could govern themselves, then we will allow them to decolonize. We will have that discussion. It is an academic one, but everybody can take part in it because it is our story. Edwin Smoke Goya, I am watching from Fort Worth, Texas. You see, we got some cowboys in the house. Absolutely, welcome to the show. Samuel Hollow, we say, wow, very interesting topic. I mean, that's correct. Vinicius Junior Bar said, I'm following you from New Crew Town. The borough of New Crew Town, the only borough in the Republic of Liberia that have produced more intellectuals than any other place in the Republic is New Crew Town, the borough of New Crew Town. The Crew people know book. I don't care what you say, they know book. The borough of New Crew Town, the bastion of knowledge. Whether you like it or not, those boys and girls from New Crew Town know their stuff. They know their stuff. You can't deny them that they know their stuff. So then another gentleman by the name of Michael Patmore, he says, why not say the birth of a black nation, the missteps, the successes, and the lingering issues that plague our nation? We should discuss it in that format, he says. He also suggests that Liberia today, the challenges versus opportunity, drugs, unemployment, poverty, corruption, youthful population, and optimism. He suggests that we look at it from the lens, what does the future hold for Africa's oldest republic? What needs to be done today to bring about the future or positive future? How do we rewrite the history to make it right? Can we continue as a republic with this history? So as we celebrate our 179th anniversary, it is interesting that this topic came up and the name Thomas Buchanan. And it turned out that the celebration is being held in Buchanan. Hopefully they go to the grave of Thomas Buchanan in Upper Buchanan. Hopefully you go to Edina and see the oldest church, United Methodist Church, 1822, I think, 1833. It's one of the most beautiful churches. It's only in frame now, but you can go and see it. Honorable Ben Fan, thank you very much for tuning in. I like this name. His name is Methuselah Doe. You know, I told you about the Crew people. You see the kind of name he got, Methuselah Doe, Methuselah Doe. So this is what this platform is all about. It is more intellectual than gossip and who got you and who cussing who's mine. Once you have a topic, let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods and let's discuss. Before we do our planning and we go to press, a lot of things happen after we have set our agenda. So if there's a breaking story in your neck of the woods, let us know so we can discuss it. Let us know what is on your mind. We are going to open the line for you to call in and have a say-so. We want to welcome our friends, our listener by way of Freedom FM. Freedom FM. The closing argument is now being hosted by Freedom FM. And our most intelligent host, Junkies Morris. He will intellectualize some of the things we are talking about from the youthful perspective. And then when I go to Nimba County, I can hear from another brilliant young man by the name of Mayan Tobin. He is from Nimba. He is the IT specialist. He's a program producer. He's a writer. and he's a journalist. So I have with me the great county of Nimba and the great borough of Nukru Town. And then of all, I got a young man by the name of Junkies Morris. He's from this great city of Plebo, Maryland County. Yes, we got people from Plebo. If you have never seen people from Plebo before, they look just like us. They got 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes. And they eat their tabadu. Abraham Conant, the honorable, undefeated Abraham Conant. He said, I'm watching from New Jersey. Absolutely, the Garden State. Say hi to your former fat governor, Chris Christie. Oh, I'm sorry for calling him fat. Okay, the guy who is just a little bigger than you, a lot bigger than you, Abraham Conant. Go tell my homeboy, you know, I like Chris Christie. Just like every time he walking on stage, I think he's going to tumble and just roll. Oh, Katie, 63 PK, she said, I was born in Plymouth. Okay. Now you are living in the UK. So you see, there are Plymouth people out here. George Nubo is from Plymouth. Junkies Morris is from Plymouth. So Plymouth is trending. Abraham Conant, I'm going to block you. You say he is, Chris Christie is a member of my political party. Obviously, he's a darling boy of the Republican Party, and to trunk him along and kill all their careers. Trump is a cool guy. Cooter Williams from Slipway. Oh, listen, the whole Monrovia, all the Monrovia. You see someone who didn't grow up in Monrovia. When we see the Monrovia boys and girls, they left bluffing business. They left bluffing business. Monrovia girls left bluffing Joe. Jackson Sigwell Sewicita, as son of the borough of Newport. Hey, listen, today it is, I say, my people, y'all see when I talk about Plebo, the boy is in his Plebo regalia red. You know, when the group of people doing their war dance, that is their red. Don't mess with them. Let me welcome Junkies and Freedom FM 87.9. Welcome to the show. You are muted. Mohammed Kente is I am watching live from Todi. Oh, Todi District. There you go. There you go. Todi. Somebody from way out there, Todi. You know, when we were growing up, everybody from Todi, we thought they were in the army. We thought they were Nokos. But regular people live in Todi. You see, Mohammed lives in Todi, and Mohammed is not a Noko. He's not a soldier. He know nothing about gun. Martin Willie, Martin say he's from Bong and Nima. Oh, look at the other man he makes. Totally confused. He's from Bong and Nimba. You chase him, he go over the border, he says he's Pele man. When they chase him out of Bong County, he jump over the river, he say he Gil or Mano man. Willie, you are a tricky fellow, man. Very tricky. Councilman James D. Barkley. James D. Barkley, watching from Pleasantville, New Jersey. Absolutely. I think Councilman Barkley, I think the Barkleys are from Sino. The crew people, they left book business. A lot of book people. They eat book like Kanya. Manema, I am watching you live from Boston, Massachusetts. There you go. These are the real colonial folks, Boston, Massachusetts, the birthplace of the Republic, this great United States. So you have to give it up to the guys from Boston. They know both. They are civilized. They know their stuff. Dwight Port, the Port people, they get high here. They get high. That Tubman said these people here, they get high here. Oh, man, put that your pamphlet, you keep writing about me, Tubman, I will put you in jail. So Albert Port went everywhere he went, he carried his toothbrush and his toothpaste because Tubman was chasing Tubman. Every time Tubman catch you, put him in jail. So the poor people, they do too much book and they get high. Every day he telling Tubman corrupt. Tubman go buy yacht. He said the people dying from hunger, you buy yacht. What kind of human being are you? Tubman said, you put him in jail. Wookie Davis, good evening. I'm watching from Buck County, Pennsylvania. Absolutely. I love Buck County. I grew up in New Jersey. Traveled the whole area, all not tri-state, but quad states. So we used to have a great time. Boston Gaylord, I'm watching you from Morristown, Pennsylvania. Norristown, Pennsylvania. Norristown, Pennsylvania. I never been to Norristown, but I've been to Morristown, New Jersey. But great show, great watching. Thank you for tuning in. Bagley said he's from Sino. Yeah, you're like government business. You're like politics. He came all the way from over here. He can join the American View politics. And he's doing an excellent job too. We are proud of you, young man. Peter Camon. Peter Camon is watching from Barnesville. Okay. You see, there go another Ville. All the Ville, my man, you're in trouble. Your staging area, you got cocaine, you got all kinds of stuff. So I would stay away from Royceville, Brewerville, Brownersville, all the Ville. I would stay away from you because you're full of all kind of things. Tabata going on in your town. Augustine T. Musa, good evening. Republic of Liberia, welcome. But yes, we are having a great time and we're going to be discussing some stuff. The independence is worth discussing because that's what's trending. Liberia. Then, while we were on the show last week, a young man sent us a report. And that report reads, so Liberia is highlighted as a critical transit hub in West Africa due to rapidly diversifying global cocaine routes, porous border, and a surge in large-scale multi-million-dollar trafficking bust. According to the findings, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime has classified Liberia as a drug hub, transit hub. Gaylor said, originally I'm from Grand Cape, my country. That's great. I grew up in Grand Cape. I grew up in Mana River. So I am quite familiar with that area. It's my hometown too. I was maybe the only Bassa man among the Va, the Gola, and the Mende people. Amazulu West, I'm watching you from France. Thank you very much for tuning in, my friend. Let me know where in France you are watching us so we can send a shout out. Charles Archie Benito, I am following you from Boston, South Korea. Oh, South Korea, way out there. Thank you very much, Charles, for tuning in. South Korea. So, Liberia have been flagged by the United Nations. I'm watching from the ATL. Grant Martin, thank you very much, Martin. I don't know what you guys did in the ATL this going weekend. I was calling, I wanted to drive to Atlanta to have some fun. And everybody said, we don't know what's going on. Maybe everything is happening in Charlotte, North Carolina. I wasn't going to go to Charlotte. I wanted to go to ATL. So Liberia has now been flagged, categorized as a cocaine Transit Hub, where he's actually tuning in from Lyon, France. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lyon, France. Amadou Blen says, I'm following you from Victoria, Seychelles. Oh, way out there. Thank you very much. Seychelles, I have to go there. I love that place. I've been hearing a lot about it. Shipping, I'm watching you from Arizona, USA. And Anderson say, I'm following you live from Claratown. Claratown. Yes. I told you about the crew people, man. The people know both. Oh, yeah? So Atlanta was balling, eh? But Kuda, you know me. You didn't call me to invite me to Atlanta, you know. So I got stuck in the Miami area, and I don't like that. When you're doing some great in Atlanta, you will not call anybody. When you're having a good time, you won't call anybody. But soon somebody died and you call for contribution. I don't like that. Call me when a good time too, so we can have a great time. Let me welcome Dr. Henry Peabody. Peabody, welcome. Hopefully, happy July 26th to you.
Yes, sir. Happy Independence Day. It's been a busy weekend, from Delaware to New Jersey to Philadelphia. We've been carrying it, covering all the action and everything happening. So happy 26th to you, Mr. Goodman and Junkie Morris. Happy 26th.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We had a great time. Like I said, the weekend or the week, whatever it is a great time for our family because July 25th is my wedding anniversary. We celebrated 32 years, July 25th. So,
Wow,
for,
happy anniversary, man.
yeah,
Happy
man,
anniversary.
we be having a great time. 32 years. Can you
Wow.
imagine?
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Sometimes I think she look at me and say, "What am I doing with this guy?" Then I say, "But 32 years, he's still here." Beautiful four beautiful children. Everything. It was my birthday also. Okay. Happy birthday to you, Kude. You are a beautiful woman. You are just a true patriot. My Jersey girl. Thank you very much for you have always been loyal to our show. And listen, man, you okay, there you go. They said Trent. Listen, man. Look, I got a girl in this Miami area, this area here, and go among my Liberian people. Look at all the good times. Trenton was balling, Atlanta was balling, Charlotte was balling.
Oh, they had it. Trenton had it, man. Mr. Goodman. I was in Trenton.
Aha.
It was my kids' first time going, and they didn't want to leave. They love it. They enjoy it. It was amazing. Well organized in Trenton. Very well. This is the first time in about 4 to 5 years. I saw Abraham Conant on the feed as well.
Okay.
He was there, but it was amazing. Well organized, no problem. Everything went just very well, very well. Yeah. It's,
Wow.
and Philadelphia too. Yesterday was crazy, man. They
Yeah.
had a lot of people singing, dancing. I tried to go there and carry live, but the internet system was really bad, so I had to just cut up. But it was great. It was great. It was great.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Listen, Eugene Harmon, he says, I am watching you from the great state of Missouri, way out there. My parents are from Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. Hey, let's do some Bassa. You know, when we were growing up, they had a song they called the Bassa Love. So that the people can't get away from the Bassa love. I don't care why you say you're jealous of us. You can't get rid of the Bassa people. Bassa love. Flavor Morris, yes. Okay. Dr. Peabody, she said she missed you in Europe this year.
Yes, I didn't make it this time. I mean, my son basketball really took me a lot, so this time I couldn't make it. But I'm looking forward to be in France next year for the celebration. I'm looking forward to be there. Flavor, yes, I miss you guys, but I follow it as well. That was the first time in 5 years that I missed the celebration. Yeah.
I want to send a shout out to Amadou again. Amadou Bland. He says it is almost 2 a.m. here in Victoria Seychelles, and he's up watching the show. That's what can you imagine somebody being up 2 o'clock in the morning to just tune into the platform? We have to give it up to you. We have to give
Gladly.
it to you. This is awesome. Victoria Seychelles. Listen, man, you gotta send us some photos. Let's see that beautiful, beautiful place. Yes. Beautiful. Uh-oh. Minnesota took it. Oh, okay, there you go. Now they're coming over here now. Who had it best? Minnesota took it to another level. Okay, Judy Rambo. Even everyone there, Judy. Beautiful Judy, welcome. My first time seeing you here. That's great. So, Judy, tell us what did you guys do in Europe? The folks in Minnesota said they took the cake. Then Kude Wayland is telling me that Atlanta was on fire. Then the Trenton people say you ain't seen nothing yet. Then Philadelphia, they said, oh
I
yes.
think Trenton was the best, but when I went to Philadelphia yesterday, I didn't want to leave. I mean, I had to come back for work, but I mean to go to work in the morning. But I'm telling you, I left Trenton Field almost 11 p.m. last night, leaving from Trenton. I mean,
What?
food, drinks, music, everything. Just like Trenton, you know. I mean, and people were giving you free. You go there, people were cook some of the best meal and said, "Come eat." But the people, it's free. It's free. I was so embarrassed. I went to one place. They were giving me free food. I had to look. Let me just get you some money because I never seen this for a long time.
Yeah, right. Mobile Connor, thank you very much for the anniversary wishes. Roslyn Wenley, you are just joining. You didn't miss anything. Let us know what did you do in Monrovia? You over there having a great time in Monrovia. You are having a great time. So yes, let us know what is it that you guys did there. Yeah, we the Minnesotans. There you go. They said they were on fire. You see that? The people from Minnesota. Now the people from Frederick, Maryland, the Maryland people in the house, they thought they had a great time too. So what is this?
Yeah.
So my boy, my friend and brother Dwight said next year, 180th, if God give us life, we all should be in Liberia. Dwight, I think you are right. 180th next year will be a special one. Dr. Peabody, we have to go.
I would love to. I would love to. I would love to go to Liberia and celebrate it. I almost went to Liberia though. I had some guests that was traveling and I should have gone, but I didn't go. They went because just for a few days. They actually on the way back from Liberia. They went to look at some of the project we've done there with my organization. So I had one of my partners take them around in Liberia, but I should have gone. Next year I will try. I'll see what I can do it. You know, go
Good.
there, come back. Yeah,
Dwight,
that's
listen, man, it's your idea. Start putting it together, and we all can go together, and we will not be December, we'll be July. You come up with a name. I
we're
don't.
gonna come on. The chuladas, the chuladas.
Abraham Corner, you're the intellectual, so you come up with it. The December people are not finished
Yeah,
stealing their own name because it's
yeah.
December. Rasley, you come up with a name for July. So when we come to July, we can have a name too. They got December. So when we come for the July 26th, Liberia 180th. So how would they call us? Hmm?
Because if you go there in March, they say that tax people that
Oh yeah,
income
right.
tax.
Tax people. So we're not coming in
Yeah,
March, we're coming in July.
July. So
Y'all
they gotta
gotta,
find
y'all,
one
y'all,
name now.
y'all gotta find a name for us. Rasley, you are the hospitality. You are the everything. You know all this. Find a name for us. When I can't look for you, I can eat some of your pastry, your coconut tie, your milk candy, all of the things that you do. You are the best. We will come and do, but find a name for us. Julia Duncan Cassell, the former superintendent, Grand Bassa was great. Listen, man, look, y'all said PA was great. Now the superintendent is telling that Buchanan is on fire. Buchanan is on fire. They did it 4 days. Dr. Peabody, 4 days.
Yep,
And they're still
yep.
dancing. They're still dancing as we
They
speak.
said Buchanan is balling. In fact, the president was at the information minister, his birthday, you know, it was
Oh,
balling. They,
you see?
it was balling. Buchanan was on fire. I mean, somebody said that they couldn't even find a hotel to stay. They had to come all the way back to sleep at Ralphie Hotel and then go to Buchanan in the morning. He said everywhere were booked, everywhere. Some people they end up sleeping at friends and other people's homes because there was no hotel, no
And
hotel.
but that's good. That's good. When when you stay with friends and family, that's what we need. We need a reunion. We all need to get together and do that. But Junkies, welcome to the show. Junkies, you are muted. There's something wrong with your. You see, you wore your plebo suit. That red plebo suit, red plebo hat. Now we can't hear you. You need to go change to the Bassa blue. The Bassa blue. Yes. Dwight, okay, LitFest needs to collaborate with organizations in the diaspora for the 180th. I think so too. I think so. Okay, you see this other man, the other Gola man here, he said it was Smoke Feet Fest. What's wrong with this man? Who told you we had Smoke Feet Fest? You know what? I am going to declare all the folks that Bassa people get land to, we want our land back. We bring a whole case of small fish and give it to you. You better start packing your clothes. You keep talking, we sold our land for small fish. We are going to give you back your small fish. Pack your clothes and go back where you came from. The Bassa people are sick and tired with you. Yes, but when you go celebrate in July, they will call you Julalos. Okay, there you go. We're coming up with it. Junkies Morris, are you there? Oh, Junkie, you look.
Junkie muted.
I think he's having a problem.
Yeah, Junkie got you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes.
Yeah, the weather is bad over there, so they're having some feedback. You can hear.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking about our Independence Day, the history. We'll be talking about the drugs. And then from the office there, we want to look at some of the things that are going on. Like our friend, the police chief said, nah, bring the gun, nah. So he said, Malu, bring the gun, nah. So on the home front from our studio in Monrovia, $317 million drug bust sparks government tension as question mount over the alleged drug from the IRA. That one ain't going away. Then, all of a sudden, there was a video that showed up and went viral. We will burn their 4.2 tons of cocaine this week, and we will videotape it and send it to them in Colombia. Bring it on if you are vexed. Get in your boat or plane and come meet us here in Liberia. We will burn it. Sam Gay, Director, Executive Protections at EPS. Then on the other hand, Representative Cole sets his eye on Liberia vice presidency in 2029. And he says, and I quote, the real thing in my heart is to become vice president. If Jeremiah Cone from Nima County can be vice president, how much about an educated and fine-looking man like me? I am finer than Jeremiah Cone, and I'm more educated than Jeremiah Cone, and I'm more handsome than Jeremiah Cone. Represented J. Melvin Cole, District Number 3, Bond County. Hey, the boss says he's good-looking. He's finer than Jeremiah Cone. Jeremiah Cone can do nothing. It matters. Jeremiah Cone can be vice president. Why not me? Fine, educated, smart man like me. Then in Grand Bassa County, there is this controversy that has been hanging over the United Methodist Church. They say the United Methodist Church has fallen. Why is the United Methodist Church of Liberia divided? Because one of them said that the United Methodist Church adopted a resolution that the church is now open to same-sex marriage. And half of the church say, hell no. We refuse to be gay. That's exactly what the young man said today when he was preaching outside of the church. We will not accept it. Yes, the United Methodist Church has fallen, they say. A 15-year-old boy died as a result of a gunshot in Bodoso village, Yela town, Zaza district. 15-year-old got shot and killed. A superintendent protest on Independence Day in Central Monrovia, March for Jobs and Justice. March for Job and Justice. The last time Daniel Gayu was here, he kept falling down from his chair. Like like the former Cassell would say, Howard Cassell would say, down in the left corner, no, in the purple corner, down go Gayu again. Welcome to the show, Mr.
You're welcome, Uncle. Welcome, long time.
Yes, it's great to see you. What's happening in your neck of the woods? What is NIMBO?
NIMBO is the National Independent Movement for Boycott.
Okay, you know people.
That's the acronym.
The people always accuse us. They say we are anti-boycott, we anti-government. But those of you who keep accusing us, here is the flag bearer of the movement for boycott, and we didn't block him. When he fell on his own, I guess the seat was so hot. Gayu fell down twice, but he picked himself up. He's back here, and we're going to be talking about NIMBO, what they are doing, what they intend to do, how they're going to do it, and what's the difference between NIMBO and the Unity Party. Are they usurping the responsibility of the political arm of the True Party? I mean, excuse me, not the True Party, the Unity Party. Well, the same people. Joseph Walker was a member of the True Party. Then he was a member of the NDP, the Dual Party. Then he was a member of the Charter Party. Then he was a member of the Eric Johnson Party. He is so. We welcome everybody. We welcome everybody. So let me welcome. Let's give this another shot. Junkies, are you there? Junkie is not there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the other topic, let me have Mr. Gayu. Let's get this off. Mr. Gayu, welcome to the show. I have with me the CEO, Dr. Henry Peabody, here, and our friends by way of Freedom FM 87.9. Welcome to the show, Daniel.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Gabeman, and thank you to all of the panelists here at the closing argument. It's an honor to join every one of you, and I hope that we can make our contribution to this service and to the Liberian people. Thank you.
Excellent. NIMBO. Now you are ready to talk. Is NIMBO a political organization?
NIMBO is not a political party. NIMBO is a movement that is involved with advocacy and it also supports political operations. And so what we are doing at NIMBO is that, yes, we have some flavor in politics, but it's not just tied to politics. We also look at infrastructural development, in Liberia and outside of Liberia. So, yes, we have some political objectives as well. Yes, so I will just answer. I would say yes. We also are involved with politics, but not totally politics.
Oh, But you say this movement is for Joseph Boakai, and you say it's not totally politics.
100% is not politics. I mean, we support the president agenda. We are going to be supporting him for his re-election as well. So, but it is not just 100% politics. We also are engaging into infrastructural development in Liberia. We are also an advocacy organization.
Oh,
The, Joseph Baka going to be contesting in 2029.
We are making a case for the president to seek a re-election. And some of the reason for which we are asking him to contest in 2029 is that you know and I know, Jerome, that 6 years is not enough for anybody, as president to implement their developmental objectives when they take over. So 6 years is just, for you to form your government, and do some basic things. So it will not be sufficient to complete everything that President Barker perceived to do for the Liberian people. So we are calling on him to consider, a re-election or contesting in 2029.
did I just hear you say 6 years is not enough?
6 years is not enough for anybody in Liberia. 6 years is not sufficient.
Y'all will kill that puppy now.
But Dr. Peabody, these are the same people who were saying, Joe, 6 years was enough. Nowadays, 6 years is not enough for any president. What's going on, GU?
I mean, and I know, Jerome, that 6 years is not sufficient. Look at the formation of a government. Just 6 years alone, you will still be forming a government. And when the Unity Party took over, oh yes, I mean, you know that, Jerome, you know that 6 years is not sufficient. Yeah, 6 years is not sufficient for President Barker. So we are calling on him to seek re-election to complete his developmental agenda.
Okay, let me ask you this question, and I will quote the vice president.
Man, join our panel. You can't be asking.
Yeah, let me just ask it. Let me just ask it because people want to know. The vice president, Vice President Kuhn said, "I cannot support Joseph Walker as president. He's too old. His mind is." He says 2023 I was supporting him, but he himself told us that he was too old. His mind is gone. He said he can't make it. He said, look at my father. He and my father the same age. My father used to buy me Pampers. Now I'm buying my father Pampers at that age. He cannot make it. So now you say he should be 85, 86, and be our president. Is that a goal? Daniel, does it matter to you? Does it concern you that at 86 years old that cognitively he would be fit to be president?
We heard before President Barker contested in 2023. We heard so many things on the radio, how he was sick, how he couldn't focus. In fact, he was a sleeping Joe. We heard so many things. And today, it has been proven otherwise, that this president is mentally fit. Physically, he's fit. And he's running the affair of the country with no complaint. So why people should think that when he seek, re-election in 2029, then he will become the disabled man that they said that he would have died a few years ago. So these are myths. And one thing we believe is that God gave everybody strength, and I can assure you that President Barker will be very energetic in 2029 to steer the affairs of Liberia. So politicians will dismiss, oh, he's dead, he died. And I mean, they said it. I mean, those are, people are entitled to their opinion, to their views. And, yeah. But we are very certain that President Barker, we are calling on him to seek re-election in 2029. because
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So Jerome, yeah, we have heard so many things before, and they were all myth.
Excellent. Junkies, are you okay now? Junkie, look at Joseph Waga swear you today. Oh.
Oh, well, I think Brian will have to do something about it. Yeah, don't you think of Brian?
Wow, you are so low. But let me go to Dr. Peabody. We
Still
will
low.
we want to be talking about two major things: the drugs and then the Independence Day. Um, for some reason, the drug thing is not going away, but the EPS director Sam Gay, these people, the EPS, the NSA, these people have some of the highest budgetary line item. And the spy agencies of the country were not able to see what was happening in this country for this amount of drug to be brought in the country. And now they are boasting that they're going to burn it and send it back to Colombia. What is going on in our country, Doc?
So, Gay, good to see you. Good to see you, Daniel. Look,
Thank you, Doc.
let me say this. Sam Gay should be the one who should actually head the drug agency because of his past experience with the U.S. government. He worked for the DA in Nigeria. He was the head there, so he should be the one to do that. But what I'm saying here, the government pumped millions of dollars into NSA. Everything that's operation. NSA. You can't audit NSA. You can't do this. They get millions of dollars for these kind of co-op network and stuff like that. And all of them sat in that country, and nobody was able to at least see that there were drugs being manufactured. I mean, taken to other country. From Liberia, they bring it to Liberia, and then they export it to other country, and nobody saw it. The security agency that get millions, and their budget is almost $30-something million or more, but they could not see that, and they have agent every time. And that's the thing we're talking. They put money into the NSA budget, but it's really not for NSA. It is for individuals who go there to siphon money from the Senate to other places. All the money going to NSA, and they couldn't see. None of the agency could see that drugs were coming to Liberia. Either they saw it, but because big hands were in it, that their hands are tied right now, nothing they can do about it, and they overlook it because big hands are involved. I mean, a lot of hands are involved. I heard rumors that even the justice minister is frustrated because there's not much he can do. He's very frustrated with the investigation because not a whole lot he can do, because when you're persecuting yourself, it's almost impossible. Very big hands are involved, and the spy agency that we the Liberian people gave millions of dollars every year couldn't even detect that. That's a shame.
Junkies, are you back with us?
Yeah. Cool.
So you need to put his volume up. You kind of low. That's all.
You're very, very low.
Still low.
Okay.
Jerry, keep it going up.
Still low.
Yes, a little low.
Wow.
And we're getting a
We
feedback.
can hear you a little bit.
Okay, let me. Yeah.
Let me go to Daniel.
Let me know.
Yeah, we're still having a feedback from you.
You getting me?
It's very low. You're still low.
Yeah, you're still low, but we're getting you.
Yeah, we're getting you, but you're...
Daniel, can you mute? Let's see. Can you mute a little bit? Let me see.
Me?
That you mute?
Yeah, mute. Let me see.
Daniel, he's good.
Okay. Morris.
So are you getting me there clear?
Yeah, we can get you.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. So it's good to be here. happy July 26th to every Nigerian, since indeed Nigeria transition is when a holiday for such an important holiday falls on Sunday. The celebration is extended to Monday. So today was the official celebration of the July 26th, 179 years of our country existence. I want to say, wish Nigeria a prosperous journey, and we hope for the best while we are prepared for the worst. So, Mr. Gino and Dr. Peabody, welcome. This is Freedom FM with the 7.9, and we are here on the closing argument to our many listeners and followers who are following us via the radio, our Facebook page, and our YouTube channel. Honorable Daniel Gai, you are also welcome to the platform. This is the closing argument. Freedom FM 87.9. My name is Junkie Small. Back to you for control of the beginning.
Thank you very much. Daniel, we are talking about two major issues today: the Independence Day celebration, what it means, the history, and then the drug situation in the Republic, and some major figures in the Republic of Liberia, politicians who also have their own stakes. Someone like Honorable Cole. Honorable Cole is a politician, an accomplished one. He said he had eyes set on the vice presidency 2029. And it's predicated on what he says here. The real thing in my heart is to become vice president. If Kuhn from Nima County can be vice president, how much more about an educated and fine man like me? I am finer than Jeremiah Kuhn.
So that. Oh, Melvin Cole?
Daniel, this is our representative who from Bon County, District number 3. He's saying a man like Jeremiah Kuhn, ugly man like Jeremiah Kuhn can become vice president. What about fine man like he and an uneducated man like Jeremiah Kuhn?
That's not a good statement.
Why is it New York guy represented, please?
That's Cole, Melvin
Cole. Melvin Cole. Oh, okay.
Let me read it verbatim. He said, the real thing in my heart is to become vice president. If Jeremiah Kuhn from Nima County can be vice president, how much more about educated and fine men like me? I am finer than Jeremiah Kuhn. I am more handsome than Jeremiah Kuhn.
Well, if I was just in jet, I was in Liberia for 6 years, and I know exactly, how the likes of Cole came to political prominence in Liberia. The first thing is that Jeremiah Kuhn is not just, or he didn't, it was not an easy route for him, to become vice president in the Republic of Liberia. First of all, look at Jeremiah Kuhn's record. And so the less of Marvin Cole, I think they should learn to have the experience. Before His Excellency became vice president of the country, he was representative in Nima County District 1. He became senator before his selection to run on the ticket, with the current president. So, our talk is free. And our young people in the country, I think, they have to learn, get experience and prepare themselves, So there's not a beauty pageant, and I think that's where Cole is making some mistake. There's not a beauty pageant. The Liberian people, they overwhelmingly, elected, President Baka along with Vice President Cole. So people need to have some thoughts, when they are making, comments or statements regarding other people. Cole is qualified. He's doing what he has to do as a vice president, of the country. So I think Cole need to learn. Let him finish his, 6 years successfully, in Bon County, and then he can decide what else he want to do. But he cannot compare, his record with that of Jeremiah Kuhn. Simple. Jeremiah Kuhn is more experienced. more than Melvin Cole. This is some of the reason why the CDC lost the election because of the kind of mindset, statement that Cole then bring to the table. Okay, you didn't do anything in your district, okay, to help your own party. Now you want to become vice president. So again, he's entitled to his opinion.
Okay, let me go to Junkies. Junkies, Morris. The gentleman says he found out that Jeremiah Cole is not good looking like him, and it meant that he can become vice president. Why can't he become vice president?
I think that statement coming from a lawmaker, is below the belt in my mind. I think the representative representing a constituent here in Nigeria to be above the water, and not to be coming up with these things, and I will describe it as a childish conversation. If Honorable Cole wants to be vice president, taking advantage of the geographical location of his constituent, I think he just needs to put forth what he will do for the people, and it will also be predicated upon all of what has been delivered by him to the people of one county and by extension Liberia. But if Honorable Cole will always be at the legislature and in confrontation with fellow colleagues, even journalists, I think you have to start addressing those posters because I don't think they are compatible with foreign reality. Honorable Cole is somebody who is very, very rough, and he needs to bring it back. It's occupying.
Yeah, Morris, your volume
Yeah,
is
Chucky look like he's going down. The sound keep going down.
So I'm back.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
your voice going down.
You gotta keep your mouth right there. There you go. Go ahead. Oh,
Okay.
you can't turn. When you turn, then you go off.
Okay. Yeah. So I think the part that I have problem with Honorable Cole is a lawmaker. He's a second term lawmaker, and I will want to humbly advise that he go, because the position is occupying is on the top there. You cannot come to the public there as a lawmaker to be talking about who's fine, who ugly, who is toboggan, who is pepper soup. No. I think one of the Cole should be discussing the issue, no matter how the difference may be. His focus should be keen on the issue, and the agenda should be issue driven, not to attack personality. I think it's wrong to doing that. Honorable Jeremiah Cole occupies the office of vice president of our country. As such, he should be accorded every courtesy. When Honorable Cole as a lawmaker will always be very respect, because I was there working with him when I was in the office of the people. I know him. He knows authority. So if he himself wants to be respected, and I think he has to be reciprocal. That statement, Honorable Cole, you will take it back. You cannot speak to our vice president because he is wrong. We as a lawmaker, we need to set the standard by which the young people will follow. Because many of these young people, especially when you go at the university and enter these even political parties, the way they come out, without maturity and things like that. So when you lawmaker now start speaking as a student, then it does not set the bar and to raise the standard. So I want to admonish you to next time focus on how we have represented the people of district number 3, Bon County, how much oversight we have provided for the people so that we reap the benefit of Senate representation at the House of Representatives, and also to inform the people as to how much representation we have made on their behalf. Because he is a representative for the capital station of our country. So, Honorable Cole has been intending to run as vice president to who be candidate. Okay, I think we would need to focus on the pneumatics, those issues that will remind us go toward your camp. Then to be attacking donkeys where that meanwhile no free shot the road also out on the premises, and that is not going to give you the leverage you will need to make by president.
Thank you. Okay, there you go. Before I go to Victor, your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, my brother. This is Abraham Connick calling from New Jersey. Let me say happy anniversary to you, my brother.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of the guys in the studio. That'll be Don Peabody. It was a great weekend, indeed. And then my dear brother Nangwe and Mr. Gayu, right?
Gayu.
Gayu.
Oh, that is great. But listen, the topic here, Tomika, I'm not here to defend which are the politician is handsome and which one is ugly. But it's so funny. But what my dear brother Gayu is defending here, I don't think it will help a cause. Because in the first place, the merit of what Representative Melvin Cole is talking about, for my dear brother to come here and talk about the young people who need to learn. Your vice president is a young man. I mean, less than 50 years old. I mean, is a young man, and I don't know which of the executive position he ever had before becoming vice president. So when you just say, oh, the young people need to learn, from my understanding, I think Melvin Cole is older than him. So what are you going to say about that? So the argument there, I don't think it should be the one for you to put forward here, talking about people should learn. Melvin Cole is a second-term representative. Okay? So the argument, I don't think it holds water. And by the time Jeremiah Kuhn, I think he spent 2 years in the Senate or 3 years and became vice president. And the two of them, they are young people too. I think Melvin Cole might be older than him. They were born 1977, and you talk about young people should learn. So my brother, that argument don't hold water here, please. All right. The same thing you're supposed to all about this ageism. Today we're seeing what's happening in the country with ageism. So I just want to point that out, my brother. But thanks for the time, man.
Thank you. Before I welcome, let me welcome Victor. Then I'll go to Daniel so you can respond because he called you out. Victor, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back with you guys. Happy Independence to all. Although, whether we're independent or independent, I don't know. We're almost 200 years old. We can do nothing for ourselves. But notwithstanding, it's, national holiday. So it's good to be with you guys. Mr. Gayu, welcome on set. Quickly, in addition to what my brother Connor is saying, I have a lot of questions about your presentation. And I know we'll go into them. But one, you said President Boakai and VP Kuhn were overwhelmingly elected. What is your definition of overwhelmingly? I mean, the degree of separation between President Boakai and President Weah is less than 1%. Everyone in Liberia knows the country is divided. So I'd like you to speak to that. Two,
okay, he's not a guest yet. No, he's a panelist.
Oh, he is? Okay, well, he's coming and says, so we got to baptize him.
Can you keep me and start hitting? He keep me and start hitting, so y'all give it to him.
I'll give it to you, and then I'll pull back. I want you to tell me what is it that you're advocating. You say you're an advocacy organization. You seem to be advocating for the re-election of Joseph Boakai. What else are you advocating for that qualifies you as an advocate? But it's good to have you on set.
Thank you.
Mr.
So
Gay,
if I will, yeah, yeah. So
are you paying attention?
I'm paying attention very keenly, and you know, you I don't know, in 2023, where were you? I was in Liberia. Even if you were not in Liberia, you got a result of the election that President Boycott and Jeremiah Kun won. You know that, and because of that, they are both the president and the vice president. So that election, what about 10 vote or 1,000 vote, it was overwhelming. Okay, they won the election, and they are steering the affairs of the country. Every core issue you talk about, woman, there is not a beauty context here. To say you must become handsome or you must have some, beautification or look before the Liberian people elect you. I don't think that's an issue. I think court should be focused more on solving the needs of the people in Bon County. That should be his priority. He should focus on legislation.
I didn't bring up Marvin Cole, but since
since he entered the national legislature, I haven't heard about any bill that he had prepared at the national legislature. I haven't heard anything of such. So he became a representative. Okay, it's his second term now. I haven't heard about any bill. So why beautification or somebody being handsome? What it has to do with leadership? So my issue is that he should focus more. Okay, he should focus more on what will bring development to his district. That is very key. So whether Jeremiah Kun is handsome, Jeremiah Kun is not handsome, the Liberian people don't care for that. Okay, he worried about that. What is this man's legislative agenda that will benefit the Liberian people, that will benefit the people of 11 District 3, okay, in Bon County? Okay, and then I said about NIMO. NIMO is not just into political issue. We are an independent organization. And when the time comes, okay, if the government is doing anything that we disagree with, we're going to speak out. We're going to speak out. NIMO is not going to remain silent on national issue. So we are going to advocate, okay, on national issue on development, okay, so that the Liberian people can benefit from their government. So these are things that NIMO will be doing.
Thank you. Let me welcome the chief himself.
Quickly, I'm sorry. I know we hear a lot of other people, but quickly, Mr. Gayu, Josiah Marvin Cole was elected by 67% of the vote. That is overwhelming. When we want to talk about overwhelmingly being elected, Marvin Cole was elected by 67% of the vote cast in Bunk. Two, Marvin Cole is always, he's an agent provocateur, that. I'm not sure if he really meant by, being more handsome than Jeremiah. We all know Jeremiah Kun is a handsome guy, so I think you just be facetious. I
think we should be discussing the legislation that Marvin Cole say he entered the Capitol building. Why he done?
I'll let you
go.
Let's
discuss that. Don't forget about who is handsome, who is not handsome. Yeah, so they how you call it? Yeah, my brother. So I think we need to discuss. What the legislation this man, a professor, he entered the Capitol building. Then he's discussing Jeremiah Kun, handsome, Jeremiah Kun, not handsome. Okay, what are you doing for the people of Bon County?
So Josiah Marvin Cole has over 400 university students on scholarship. That is a fact. Josiah Marvin Cole has produced solar panels over almost $50,000 worth to electrify the streets of Banga. That is a fact. Josiah Marvin Cole has undertaken the Jaw River Bridge project. That bridge is going to cost over $500,000. Now, for a second term lawmaker, I think you agree with me that's not too bad. However, let's come back to the vice president. Tell me, what is it the vice president has done? What law has he proposed? He was a lawmaker. He was a representative before he became a senator, because before he became a vice president. So just kind of school me on the legislation that he has proposed, or what is it that he's done for the people of Nimba before going to the executive mansion. I'll be glad to learn from you there.
I don't think that the issue of the vice president is about um, is what we are here to discuss tonight. I think the issue of the vice president came up based on what Melvin Cole said. So if the
Okay.
vice president issue was going to be part of the discussion here tonight, then I mean, we will come back to say, hey, listen, man, we are going to bring you information on the vice president because we'll be discussing the vice president, okay, on the show. Okay. So if we want to shift the conversation to the vice president, then I mean that would be also fine. But I don't think that is the key or conversation here tonight. I know the vice president has done a lot of things. You know that. You cannot dismiss it. But the vice president of the Republic of Liberia is not the discussion here tonight. If I'm correct.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, we're gonna move
Okay.
on.
So then, okay. So yeah. So again, we are not here to promote Melvin Cole while you building bridge. Now, saying he's the Minister of Public Works in Bon County. I mean, that's fine. We appreciate it that you're helping the people of Bon County as a new public works minister.
Let me welcome Tommy George. Tommy George, are you handsome than Melvin Cole?
Interesting discussion. But, you know, it reminds me about 1985 during the election. President Doe and Jackson F. Doe were campaigning, and Doe said, "Don't vote for the ugly Doe, vote for the fine handsome Doe." You know, so this thing it's been part of our political climate for a long time. But I know it's not about it's about beauty. It's about what you can do, what you can deliver. You know, about it's interesting, and it's good to be back on set after the Liberians around the world celebrated the 26th. I think this one out of I see Liberians can really celebrate around the world. I mean, you whether it was alien government, we are government, they celebrated it all the time very well. It comes up and do a splendid performance, and everywhere you turn this year, Liberians were present in celebrating in other foreign parts, which was good. But we pray that can transform into our national and our national identity, into our national political stage, where we seem to be a little bit, I mean, not a little bit, but very divided. But guys, thank you, man. Let's have a good discussion. Welcome to see my dear brother Daniel Gayu. But Gayu, I want. I mean,
Thank you.
But Gayu, I think you're supporting President Weah the last election. What happened?
When I was I was the Secretary General of the People's Liberation Party, and we had a collaboration with the CDC. And after the election, we withdrew from that collaboration.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The
night President Weah considered getting out in the same room with the president. And getting
you bring it Gay to throw him under the bus on the show.
No. I don't think so. I don't think that's the motive of Timothy. No.
No. I have Gay. You were crying when
you were crying. I did.
I never. No. I think there are guys in the room that were crying because you see the thing is that and team, you know, whenever people talking about the coming back of George Weah, you know, I always reference you. I say, look, ask Timothy because he was in the room. You know, we need to stop playing with our country. It's not a joke. You know, we supported President Weah because we believe that, as I said earlier, you know, a first term is not sufficient for anyone if you win the presidency. And within that context, we believe that when necessary, you know, to have supported his re-election. The CDC did not do well. They had a poor campaign. You know, they was not just prepared for so many things, which of course I'm not going to do into here tonight. You know, I mean, you were there, you know what happened. You know, we did what we needed to do, you know, as an institution. We supported, you know, the re-election. They didn't win. Well, somebody got to win. You know, the country got to move on. You know, so, I mean, maybe we saw the people crying, but I don't think there was a need for me to cry. I mean, I mean, there was no reason for me to have done that. No, I think I passed that level, to cry. The people who are, whose hands were in the milk, they suddenly left their hands, suddenly left their mouth, so they were crying. I didn't have nothing,
Okay.
So
Okay, guys. Daniel Gay, you say he had nothing, so he had no reason to cry. Let me welcome Jackson's T.S. Sita. Sita, welcome. You are not better looking than me. I know that for the fact.
This guy.
I saw President Seaton. He was so dressed up on the field on Saturday. The man
Oh,
seems alone.
yeah.
That was dressed. It was in the type of form.
The man from
Yeah,
Sando.
yeah. What actually happened was that I went earlier in the day. I went to a funeral in New Jersey, somewhere they call, what is it? Some kind of borough, some kind of ville in New Jersey. I went to a funeral. It's closer, almost closer to New York. So yeah, when I came, luckily for me, what I did was when I was leaving my house, I took my sports clothes, I put it at the back of my car, and I was in my funeral clothes. So when I got to Delaware, I called the Secretary General of the Delaware Librarian Association. He said the game the game is just starting. So I said, well, let me just run on the field, greet everybody before I can go back into my car and change into my sports form. So that what really happened, But honestly, we had a great time in Delaware. And for those of you who didn't come, didn't have the time, we want to invite you next year because it is always good to be in the first state.
Thank you. We're going to go to the line, but let me go to Abraham Toure. Abraham Toure, host, Straight Talk, Liberia. Welcome to the show.
All right, thank you, big brother. I really appreciate you guys. It's nice to see you here. Hopefully, I can learn from the many knowledge you guys have been sharing on this platform and more to come. Thank you.
Is this your first time on the closing argument?
Yes, sir. It's my first time on the closing argument.
Okay, well, then let me give you the cold water, plain cold water. That's we got. No, you see, I don't know what today Independent Day. I don't know what in our cup.
No, it's water. I just put it.
Oh, okay. There you go. But welcome to the show. It's an honor to have you to have the discussion. Junkies, if your line is working, I know you got 20 more minutes here with us. You want to take a few calls before we go to our topics?
Yes, sure. Yes, okay.
Okay, let's do that. Let's hear from the folks on the ground.
Okay.
And then we'll go to our topics.
This is the closing argument here on Freedom FM 87.9, and you can call us on our number 0776 104 104, 0776 104 104, 0886 500 104, 886
Mayan, if you're in the back, you can come and also post the numbers.
When you call our diaspora callers, you can call us on our WhatsApp line on +231 504 +231 Call us in the live on the closing argument here on Freedom FM 87.9. Today is Monday the 27th of July 2020.
We'll try one or two calls. If it doesn't come clear, then we will just move on.
Yes, so let's quickly go to line 1 and take this call. Hello. How are you? Welcome.
I think it's your microphone.
Yeah, I think
it's okay.
Yes.
Yes, we are getting you. Go ahead.
Okay. That's all. When the bathroom the politics are the politics that is where we can go. But now, get a put up in Then of course there's Africa. All parts of those people. Then I was here. If this one of them, something that that a weird question. Talk about that. Talk about that. Tomorrow will be here. About that. And when someone comes up to you like that, address like that, how you know, respect for one another. It can go down well with God, other people want that, fine, not fine.
Junkies,
Okay.
the line is bad. We can't hear anything. Either you get off your Bluetooth and fix it, and then come back in. But it's bad.
Okay.
Let me go to Abraham. Abraham, welcome to the show. Where are you tuning in from?
Sorry, I don't unmute myself. Yeah, I mean, Maryland.
Okay, great. So talk to us about what happened this weekend in Maryland. Then we'll go to the ugly versus ugly and all the other stuff. But let's bring us up to speed about how was Maryland this weekend.
So I've been in Maryland going to like three years now, thereabout. But this is my first Liberian, July 26th. I had an experience. I didn't know it was a thing that every July 26th people go to like the embassy in DC. So, but then they had that going on, and they had another stuff going on somewhere in Baltimore. So when at the park, we had the guys playing a soccer game. There were food. People were selling the goose, and and it was fun. I think it was good to have seen Liberians all around the world coming together, in their respective areas, and just celebrating what we quote unquote call Independence Day. So I think it was a great thing. I had to take my son there. We hang out, so it was a great vibe, and I think this day could be a day that policy makers and other people who are shifting things in Liberia, they could use this day to make a lot of great points in fostering the good image of Liberia across the world.
Excellent. Listen, since I got you on the phone, let's go to the trending issues in Liberia. The EPS director have gotten involved into the drug saga. I don't know if you've been following the situation there where the EPS director put up a video and it's gone viral, a post that says they are the $4.2 million cocaine, and basically the people from Colombia, they should come and all that stuff. That bravado. Some people are saying, where was he all along when all the drugs were being brought into the country?
Yeah, so I think we all have to also understand when you're discussing. I will try to be as very independent here as possible. I think we got to understand the roles of security apparatus in Liberia. I think because of proximity to decision makers in Liberia, like politicians, most security apparatus, or agency overlap functions, right? So you look at an EPS director, almost like saying the Secret Service here, right? So my thing is, how is it that the EPS director is giving a briefing or information about drug situation in Liberia when you have NSA, you have DEA, and by extension, Liberia National Police, right? So because of proximity to policy makers, decision makers in our country, people just wake up and speak irresponsibly, for lack of a better word, irresponsibly, because I stand to be corrected. I don't see why an EPS director, the last time I checked, the executive protection services were to protect VIPs and the president. What are they popping the drug cases? Another thing that happens in Liberia, and I was talking to one of my friends in Liberia, my background is risk management and policy. A lot of times, most institutions in Liberia, they don't even have something called the SOP, Standard Operational Procedure. So if someone was happy, for an example, at LMP today, or say DEA today, anybody who is in any position there could possibly speak to the media with all the and stuff. So when Liberian institutions are making those kind of mistakes, it all just go back to administratively as a nation and as institutions, what kind of qualifications we have when holding these positions. Because in the society, like for example, America that you and I live in, is that you don't speak to the press for your job. There's somebody who just never speak to the press, and before that person goes, they are being researched, they are talking about certain things, and when they make mistake, it comes back to, from them directly. So I think it comes with training, and most institutions need training. EPS director, unless he was directly involved, should not have been making any statement about drugs in Liberia, and I stand to be very corrected. I think that's my opinion on that.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Seaton. Seaton, you are a former journalist in the Republic of Liberia. Guys, if you are not speaking, please mute.
Well, thank you very much. And I think I will little bit tend to agree with Mr. Toure. Uh, every job in Liberia or whatever in the world has its own job description. The EPS director is his job description is executive protection, VIP protection. He provides and coordinates the protection of all VIPs in Liberia, including the president and the vice president and other officials of government. Yes, it is true that he's a member of the national security apparatus of Liberia by virtue of the fact that he is the head of the EPS. I think those statements, if it's not called for, it further turns to a flame situation. I think the folks that are responsible for drugs, for the protection of drugs in our country, should be the one to be able to speak on behalf of the situation regarding the drugs operation. It should not be the police. It should not be the NSA, EPS. Maybe the Justice Minister can speak to this issue because he's the head of the junk security. So, by the fact that he's the head of the junk security, he's the head of the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. But this operation regarding this confiscation and whatever they want to do with the drug, any disclosure about what the government intends to do is supposed to come from what? The LDEA or the Minister of Justice. Now, this is the reason why a lot of people in Liberia are skeptical about the way the government is handling this drug investigation. Because everybody is talking. And that should not be the case. That should not be the case. In other countries, these kind of operations is solely left with the institution that is solely responsible for that. And I think that with all due respect, I think the EPS director, I don't know, but he just crossed the line. You can't do that.
Excellent. Let me go to Chief Tomalin. Tomalin, we are not talking about government that is structured. You see, when the security agencies were brought before the Senate, the police chief took charge of speaking for the LDEA. The police chief is reading charges and indicting people. The police chief is speaking for the justice ministry. So this is not strange. In Liberia, it happens. People talk, people do things. So what the EPA has done is nothing different from what the police chief is doing.
Well, first, this entire investigation should be handled by the Joint Security, and the Minister of Justice is the chairman of the Joint Security of Liberia. But what I've seen is that they have been the police director having these press conferences and briefing the press about it. But on the line of the EPS boss, this is somebody who I've known since the 90s. I met him in Nigeria when we were working for the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency. He was assigned in Nigeria at the time. So his whole career in the U.S. With the federal government was drugs related. He was working with the drugs agency. So that was his expertise. But I think, maybe because of his the age or whatever the case. Maybe that's why he's not heading the agency. But Malan Salif asked him to be her EPS boss, and then President Barker asked him to be an EPS boss. So maybe that's why. But I'm sure he's using his expertise, his experience to help with these investigations. But if I were advising him, I think he should do it maybe behind the scene and not come with the public and not like what's happening now. His posts caused a lot of reaction, but I thought, but he's somebody who knows a lot about this whole when it comes to drug. He dealt with all these major transnational drug cartels around the world when he worked with the U.S. government. He retired now, so he's someone who I know who have a lot of knowledge about how these cartels work, how they function, and so someone who I believe the joint security might be using his expertise to help them navigate and this whole drug crisis. But overall, the justice minister, I don't know why he he should be in front of the press all the time. He should be flanked by the DA boss and the director of police, but the NSA bosses. But I don't know why he's always giving his function to the police director to do it, and that's why all the noise is coming up. But so I believe that Director Gay knows exactly what he's talking, and I hope he could be more clear on on his post, because it went viral and people are now asking a lot of questions. But I will tell you that he's has a vast knowledge about the whole drug cartel, how it worked from his past, or his career in the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency. So I know of.
Well, let me go to Dr. Peabody, then I will go to Victor. Dr. Peabody, he says, we will burn their 4.2 tons of cocaine this week, and we will videotape it and send it to them in Colombia. Bring it on if you are vexed. Get in your boat or your plane.
You know, that's why they can't catch nobody who brought a drug to Liberia, because everybody are part of the security team, and they are overlapping responsibility. That's one of the problems they have. You have an overlapping responsibility, and they all can talk, but they can't catch them. These people have been operating in Liberia for either months or years, bringing this huge consignment of drug to our country. We got all this security that's paid millions of dollars, you know, and nobody can do anything. But you know, but for his, you know, for let me say this, Mr. Gay is very high when it comes to dealing with drugs. He worked in Nigeria as a director for the U.S. government. He made a lot of drug bust. I think he should have gone there to help, or should put in there to help the Liberian people, you know, rather than the EPS. But he did a great job in Nigeria. I mean, to head the U.S. DEA in another country, it's a big thing. It's a whole lot. And Mr. Gay did that. So I think Mr. Gay should probably go and help at the EPS. But we got so many people talking in Liberia, and we don't have any result. That you got police director talking for LDA, you got the other person talking, and now the perpetrator are walking around in Monrovia. Some of the big hands that are involved, they are walking around. They are not brought them to justice. I think Mr. Gay should just let the case go on rather than talking about it at this time.
Let me go to Victor. Victor Namwe, no matter what Sam Gay wants to say, whether he has knowledge or have knowledge, has absolutely nothing to do with this case. His role at this point is protection of the president and VIPs and foreign diplomats. It has nothing to do with drugs, nothing whatsoever.
Well, I mean, Mr. Gay may argue that his responsibility to protect the first family, VIPs, and as we all know, the president's son is mentioned on that video. And so I guess in some ways that falls within his purview
to burn cocaine.
No, well, what he's doing is taunting the the people in the video. Yeah, you know, it is not going to be his direct responsibility to burn whatever drugs that were, you know, confiscated. But I believe, you know, he's taunting the fellow, which I'm not sure if that is also smart to do, because we're a small country. We've all heard the amount of money here that is at stake associated with this bust. With that kind of money, you know, the perpetrators, I think they're wealthy enough to raise an army. So, you know, I don't know how prepared the EPS is to provide the necessary protection against, you know, these people. We see what they do in Mexico. Mexico is by far, you know, richer than Liberia, and I would imagine much stronger, you know, protective setup. We see what they do in Haiti, you know. So these people, they don't play, and so you know, I'm not sure if Mr. Gay is, you know, really serving his role as I would imagine he should. But again, a few of the colleagues have mentioned, you know, the apparent overlapping of execution of responsibility by our government officials. And we talked about the police director here going to the border or around the border at the time of the Guinean incursion. I don't believe that was his responsibility to do. So we've seen these kind of things happen. But I'm hoping that tonight we'll talk about this video too and kind of dive a little deeper on what it could portend for, you know, the whole investigation that is ongoing. This thing keeps getting, you know, bigger and bigger. And now, you know, it is now beginning to take on international dimensions. And yet, we haven't really seen or heard much, you know, from the commander-in-chief. He is the commander-in-chief. He is supposed to provide leadership on this matter. So I will pass it back to you. I'm not sure if Director Gay did not overstep, you know, by the comment that he made. Clearly, it is not going to be within the purview to burn those drugs. That is not his responsibility. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Let me go to Daniel. Daniel, your take a bite on this apple. This apple is too big. We have this week, like I read earlier, and I'm going to pull it up again for you to look at. The government. Nobody saw this coming. We have more money in NSA than any other line item that cannot and should not and will not be audited. They use it at will. But let me read it. It says Liberia is highlighted as a critical transit hub in West Africa due to rapidly diversifying global cocaine routes, porous border, and a surge in large-scale multi-million-dollar trafficking busts, according to the findings reflected by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and UNODC, and the regional tracking put Liberia among Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, and Nigeria. And the entire security services of the Republic of Liberia never saw this coming. It's coming through the airport, it's coming through the seaport, it's coming through wherever. Why are we spending so much money, and what are we getting for our intelligence? As for you, Mr. Gayu. You are muted. Hey man, there's Nimbo man here. Nimbo, there you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, Gerald. Firstly, the issue of drugs in Liberia, it is not the first time. No. Since the Civil War, Liberia, and you know, and everyone was on the platform tonight, we are fully aware okay, of the challenges that every government that come, will face the issue of drugs. Um, from Marlon Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to President Weah, now President Joseph Boakai, there's a national issue. And as someone who during my stay in Liberia, I also work with the West Africa Drug Policy Network as a co-focal person for Liberia. We participated in so many things. We in fact did some research work as well, to help the drug issue in the country, some preventions and how rehabilitation can take place. But on a national security level, this money, it doesn't really mean that $11 million or so that will be given to the NSA, they receive everything in full. This is a budget. And that we operate, semi on a cash basis, okay, in Liberia. Okay, so what I think that we all need to do as citizens of our nation is to engage the government to making sure that the services for which money are received, Liberian people can see it. We're not going to sugarcoat, when it comes to the lives of the young people, because I saw it. Drugs is killing young people in Liberia. So I want to use this platform to call on our national security apparatus to do what they have to do, to bring sanity to our nation. And so, and that include the NSA. And to it, you make a excellent point about, the EPS director. I didn't see that video, so I'm not going to talk much about it. But I think the police director is actually handling the national security issue when it comes to the drug issue. I think they have a meeting, and he is in charge, to speak on behalf of the government, especially as it relates to that drug issue. So I don't think that's a much problem that they have. No, it's about issue. We are getting it by now. But again, that is LRB, and we all know that, there will be sometimes, missteps, and people will overlap, people will say things, people will do things based on their own, proximity. What I know about Mr. Gay is that I don't know him, but a lot of people that I have met, he have decades of experience, in drugs issue. He's an experienced person, so I don't think that he will put any information that will undermine the investigation, the credibility of what is unfolding in Liberia. And so I think we all just need to call on the government that they need to do more. In addressing the drug issue. The epidemic is killing a lot of young people. But I think this government is going to take the necessary steps, to making sure that perpetrators are brought to justice. And so we need to exercise patience. There will be due process through the code of law. And, just to learn the issue with it is Colombia. One thing that I know is that during the Civil War, thousands of people travel on Liberian passport, and people believe that, these people were all Liberians. No, they were not. But they had access to our document, and so, regardless in custody, whether they're from Colombia or not, we shouldn't draw Colombia into it because they have a Colombia passport or whatever documentation that in their possession. So I think the government is doing everything possible to address this about national security issue, this epidemic, that is killing young people across the country. So everyone are willing to call on the government, to take swift action, as it relates to the drug cartel, that is unfolding in our nation. But I think we have too many borders that are open in the country, Jerome. Okay, and we don't have the funding to police the borders. So a lot of things will be happening. But we hope that there can be immediate remedy, immediate remedy, as it relates to this situation, so we can resolve them, so that Liberian can live in peace, and let's do the best we can do. Let's use this platform to call on the government. They advocate for our citizens. It doesn't mean that they are not doing anything. No, they are doing something. They are working hard to making sure that people are brought to justice.
Let me hold you to that, because when you came on the show, you introduced yourself. You said NIMBO is an advocacy group, and that if things do go right, you will praise the government. If something goes wrong, you will call the government out. Has NIMBO called the government out on the drug issue?
Nemo has a structure. Nemo has a structure, and I believe that
No,
the structure is informed.
the
And
question
very
is,
soon, Nemo,
Mr.
I'm sure
Gay,
that very soon,
Mr.
yeah,
Gay,
I'm sure that, yeah,
Mr. Gay,
who's
the question is, you
who's a
said,
given?
no, listen now, you said if the government does something right, we will praise them. If it does something wrong, we call them out. And I'm saying to you, has the government have Nimble call the administration out, or it has not reached to this what you call bad yet?
Nemo is not going to issue a statement when preliminary investigation is ongoing. We are following the development. We are following what is happening. And, at an appropriate time, Nemo is going to release a statement. I can assure you on that. But we are not going to release a statement in the midst of our preliminary investigation. We have to give the security agency the opportunity and let them submit their findings. Upon that, if we feel that there's a fireplace, Nemo will speak out.
Great. Let me go to Ture Abraham. Mr. Gayu, when he was on the other side of the coin, the Unity Party and the opposition, they held the opposition. They said President Weah was bringing drugs into the country. They said President Weah was selling kush, you name it, and that they were coming to make sure that these vices were abolished. Today, I'm seeing Mr. Gayu, who was sitting on the other bench, on the other side, has flipped now and saying, if the government is responsible at some point, but for now, they have not seen anything wrong because investigation is going. Your take on the trend?
So I might be in America, but I'm still a traditional man. You're not going to put me in trouble with the older man if I don't get in trouble. but at the end of the day, I get what you're saying, right? I think this is a serious issue with Liberia. Liberia, we have had history of, and Mr. Gayu, I mean, no, we're trying to call you out here. This is not you, right? I'm just speaking in general. We have the history of frustration by convenience, right? So when you, Mr. Gayman, did something and I'm not cool with you, I'm frustrated, and I go out and say, oh, Mr. Gayman is wrong. By the time we fix our stuff, you're no longer wrong. The person, even though somebody come and do the same thing, and I start to go for that person, right? So this is a problem in Liberia. I see a lot of my friends in Liberia who are on the other side, we're on the other side, the government came over, they flip over, and now the same people used to say good for, now they're saying bad about them. And I think we as Liberians, we have to be genuine to ourselves. If we want Liberia to grow, we should take politics out of it. I'm not personally interested in political conversations. I'm interested in leadership conversations. Most of my friends that I know him personally, that's my mind. I want to talk leadership. I don't want to talk politics because I am of the theory that we'll never agree politically. We'll never agree politically, but we may agree when it comes to leadership, because leadership deals with principles and things that have to be done and so on and so forth. So it's sad that people will criticize the bad today if it's bad, and they happen to get in the position, then they tend to not, you know what I mean, criticize the same thing, even if it was happening again. And I think as Liberians, it will mean well for the country. It will really mean well. When some of us were born, they said the future for Liberia was the young people. I'm no longer the youth no more. I'm not youth no more. I'm not my youthful age no more. I just turned 40. So that means that promise that was given to me when I was a child, I never even get to live to achieve that. And interestingly, young Liberians are growing again, coming up, that they may not even experience the youthful age. Some of them are gone now doing the kush thing, the drug thing, and so on and so forth. So the best way to fix Liberia is what? Speak your truth, regardless of what it is. That the king says, in the end, we will not remember the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And I think we Liberians have to adapt that culture of saying, hey, you don't have to call your friend out in public. And calling aside probably given, I know you're my man, but you do not correct. And hopefully your friend can listen. So Mr. Nemo, Mr. Gayu, he's saying what he said when he was on the other side. Now he's here. He can't say. It's not news, right? It's like Liberia culture. We unfortunately getting used to that. And I think it's a time now where we say, listen, that's what you're doing. If it's good, it's good. It's bad, it's bad. You know, and let's look at what Liberia benefits versus what our proximity brings us. I think that's my topic on that.
Okay, real quick before I go to Victor, you said you like to discuss leadership. Your interest is leadership. You like to discuss leadership. Is President Walker showing leadership on this drug issue?
Again, I would not want to say. My grandmother always told me never judge a man at a position you never reached yet. Right? So a lot of times the truth be told is President Walker is not a talker. We know President Walker for this. When I used to be a journalist back home working on a radio station, I barely heard President Walker talked, right? But that's his nature normally, right? But he approached things differently. Now, the reason I'm saying this because while I have some proximity, I have dealt with him, you know, from a distance, and I observed him, right? In life, when you are a president, which I've not been there before, but some of you have been president of organization before, it's not everything you will see, not everything you will be there. It's not everything you'll talk. Is the drug situation a big thing? Yes. Has he called press conference before and talked about the drug situation? Yes, he called press conference. He talked about it. But at the end of the day, when you're a president and they say your child involved, your children involved, right? Like it's been alleged, right? All around. Oh, your kids involved and stuff going on. You are very careful how you speak to those issues because those things are now like, my man, you bring my car back. This is national issue. Things that you say or don't say might hurt the country. So you'll take your time how you address this. I'm not defending President Walker in no way, shape, or form, but I think the leadership of Liberia will go better further. Even if it's president we are today, I'm talking about, I will want you to give him chance. Let the guys are working work. Now, if there are findings that came out where they are wrong and he's not saying nothing, don't say, Mr. President, this is wrong. But as it is, he has entrusted other people to do the work. Let them do the work. And we can always come back if where he's supposed to talk, he's not talking, then we can all call him out. I think that's how I feel personally.
You still didn't answer the question. Is he giving leadership on the drug issue? Yes or no?
He's giving leadership to the country in general. So yes, by default, by the drug issue, giving leadership. I believe so personally.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Victor. Victor, my friend. Yes?
My time is up.
Okay. Like I said, we can barely hear you, but go ahead. Say goodbye to us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, it will be a better day in Plebo.
Yes, and I'm hoping it gets better tomorrow.
Junkie, where in Plebo are you from?
I'm from GBO.
GBO?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so to just weigh in quickly as I close on this situation with the EPS boss usurping the function of the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency, I think it's a dangerous precedent. It is troubling because this is the same situation that led to multiple security agents receiving bribes allegedly to process all of these illegal activities in our country. So it will be prudent that those responsible, the institution that is close with the responsibility to take on this drug situation, be left with that authority so that we have a clue as to where we are headed as a country in the fight against illicit substances, particularly cocaine, that is just almost around the place like Planting Chase or cold water. So I want to close up by saying good night to every one of you, and hopefully we'll be here on tomorrow, and we hope that it will be better so that our people get us here on this platform, Freedom FM 7.9. The closing argument. Good night. My name is Johnson Tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our friends and families that are following from by way of Freedom FM. Stay tuned. We will be with you. We'll be reading some of your messages. I'm looking at them. There's a lot of them. Victor, sometimes I get confused because some of our folks, they meander to the point where they become pretzels. I think that the American president said the buck stops with me. It was on his desk. The buck stops with me. He never said It starts with my investigators. It starts with my folks. It said the buck stops with me. When the nation needs leadership, I will provide it. Another president, Franklin Roosevelt, when the country was in a dire strait, he had something called the fire chat, where he would talk to the people daily through storytellings and briefing them and calming the nerve as to national security. This is not what is happening in Liberia yet and still. The folks are saying the house is on fire, but give him chance. Give him chance. Don't say anything. At least until if the house burned down completely to the foundation, then you can start complaining. But for now, only the roof is on fire. Give him chance. Let him run this thing. Your take on the leadership of the drug issue in Liberia.
Well, you know, I'm really I'm just listening to my brother Toure here, you know, twisting himself into, you know, what we call pretzels here. To say that the president is taking leadership on this matter, I wish he would have been a little bit more specific to tell us how the president has taken leadership of this matter. We heard of this current incident. Well, there was a 237,000 kilograms happening, I think, on June 8th. And then before that, we heard there was another one that happened on May 22nd. And now this 1,000 plus bust just happened not too long ago. And then we found out that the president actually got a report on this back in September of this year. And now when you put all of that together and you realize that all they've done about this matter really is catch and release almost all the people who have been implicated of any substantial participation, you know, have all fled the country, you know, very few. I think Mr. King and now I think Mr. Ding, I believe. Other than that, most of the people have fled the country, and we're still going to see the president has taken leadership on this matter. The president announced a few weeks back that he was now removing the matter from the hands of the LDEA and even the National Police and giving it, you know, raising it to the status of national security and give it to the Minister of Health. Minister of Justice. This is what we're talking about here. Also, Toure is practically absent on this matter. I think he's probably may have given not more than 2 briefings on this matter, and we call this leadership. I mean, we're facing the biggest existential crisis facing our country, and the president is outsourcing the leadership on this matter, and we're going to say he's providing leadership. I wish you'd be a little bit more specific. How is this president providing leadership on the matter? I'd like you to tell me. Because to me, leadership will look like either the president addressing the nation, maybe once every week. I mean, I would have asked for 2-3 times a week. Look, where we are, yes, we cannot compare the U.S. to Liberia. I get it. But how many times does the presidential press secretary doesn't come to brief us on important matters? Almost every day. You come out and you brief us. What kind of briefing are we getting on this matter? You know, everyone talk about jeopardized security. People are already escaping. What kind of security are we jeopardizing? It's just an excuse to do nothing. Nothing. And so, you know, I'm shocked that you think the president is leading on this matter. I'm here to inform you he is not. So I'd like you to please tell me, how is the president providing leadership on this matter? I'd like you to please tell me.
Is that something I'm supposed to answer?
Yes, I want you to answer me, please. I'll give you the rest of my time.
So I think you listened to me in spurt. You didn't listen to me like to really get what you're saying. You have a fixed mind to say he's not doing nothing, right? And that's fine. You know, that's why we're here for the dialogue, right? I specifically said he put people in charge to handle certain things, and those people briefing him. You don't want a president or any leader that comes and say, "Oh yes, one day." So I remember sometime last year when this guy Charlie Kirk died, and then the FBI did a raid and arrested the first guy, and then Charlie Kirk went on from the FBI. Said, "Oh yes, the suspect that did this, we have in custody." About 30 minutes later, he came out. Oh no, it was not a arrest suspect. Is that the kind of leadership you want? the one that contradicting his story, or the one that come with the facts. So I know you're one person that talks, or when you hear talking, because librarians would believe in talking, right? I specifically told you that he had people in charge that are doing their work. With all due respect, right? If at any point what the president says, you know what, I don't have confidence in this person because of the fun, there are things that the person is privy to. You and I were not privy to those things. There are things he hear we don't hear. So at the end of the day, when I say he's doing his job, I'm saying that he's giving people the chance to do their work because he has entrusted people to do these jobs. If you want a press conference president, then let's talk about that. But I, as a young man, my focus is the betterment of Liberia. I will not come here and sit on a public platform and just want to say, oh yeah, the president is wrong, because we did it. We've done it for 30 years. Where have we gone? We criticized President Sirleaf. She left. We started praising her. We criticized Tiller. Tiller left. We started saying the same thing. We started missing him. We criticized George Weah. George Weah left. There are Liberians missing George Weah. Now, Broca, when will we come to the point where we say, you know what, this is not about talking. Let's go strategically. You have a platform, Big Brother Victor. How many communication have you sent to the president's office, the press secretary, or people say, oh yeah, this is what's going on? It's not everything will be said in public. I'm from a security background. There are investigations that take years. The reason why FBI does not really fail in most cases is because they do the due diligence, they do everything. It'll take 5 years to get you, it'll take 5 years. But when they carry the code, they want everything they carry the code for to stick. That's why FBI had to lose cases. So all I'm saying, as a young person, I'm not going to join the political bandwagon to say the president is good or back. I'm not here to sing praise for the president. I don't work in his office. I don't get paid for him. But what I'm saying, as Liberians, for the betterment of Liberia, let's exercise some leadership, judgment in this case, so that we don't jeopardize the future that we have only because we want an emotional president who will come and talk every second. That's what I'm saying.
Sit down.
So I'll go back to you quickly, but I don't really. I still haven't.
I said the president has people that he entrusts important.
You said the president put people in charge. What does that mean? Put people in charge. What does that mean?
Have you heard of a phrase called respondent superior?
I don't know what that means. Can you explain?
Okay, the respondent superior is a theory whereas, for example, if you send you to be the employee of this place, anything you do in the confines of that job, whether good or bad, it falls back on me. Okay, so the president in himself had dedicated.
Why does that apply to the president?
I'm telling you that.
But basically, what he's saying, whatever error that people he had delegated authority failed to do, that means he has failed. So it makes sense.
So
I didn't say exactly what I'm saying, but he did it.
It's not. No, I don't think that's a concept from where he's speaking from, though.
Yeah, go ahead, Len.
What I'm saying is the president got people he put in charge.
Right.
These things need scientific findings. Until you get that funding, you don't want a president just come and have press conference every day. So as long as those people are doing their work, until he has somebody to come and tell you, they meant to a press conference the other day. And when you were there, when Biako was, I saw a press conference and the journalists were taking pictures of him, how you looking, like you were scared. The president did a press conference talking about they need to get to the back of this thing, and nobody will be left unpunished. Did you hear that? Did you hear that speech?
Yes.
He does it.
No.
So my thing is, you don't want a president that just come in all day. The president's not an MC. You're talking plenty all day. We want a president that will lead the country, right? So my thing, I'm appealing to every one of us here. And you put George Weah. If this is what George Weah, I'll say the same thing.
No, this is not about George Weah. This is about listen, Ture, 1 minute. Let's look at the contradiction here. A few minutes ago, you say, I am not a youth anymore because I'm 40.
Okay.
Then you turn around, you say, as a young man, this is what's happening. So
in the context of I'm the youngest on this platform now. In the context.
Let's put this in context. You talk about the Charlie Kirk thing, right?
Okay.
Charlie Kirk, you said the man, they arrested somebody and then released the person immediately, right? Mm-hmm. That's what we call transparency. This is what Joseph Walker said about George.
Was that Trump saying it? No, go back.
Listen, they said George Weah was a mumu president. That was the nomenclature that came out of the opposition, that he was a mumu president.
Did Broca say that? Did Broca say that?
Okay. Let me go to Sida.
I mean, I'm just asking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Don't do that. Don't do
that. Let me go to Jackson. Jackson here. When we talk about leadership, right? And then we talk about the buck stops with me. When you deputize people to do the job and the job is not done or it's not done right, we don't go to the deputies we go to you. They say this is Joseph Boyka's administration. They don't say this is Cito's deputy's administration. We are saying for the past 2 years that this drug trade was getting out of hand. And finally, the United Nations have classified Liberia as a transit hub for hardcore cocaine and methamphetamine. They say we should give the president time for his men to do due diligence. And Radice here asked the question, what is wrong with the names of the primary perpetrators of the $19 million drugs? Who owned the property on which these drugs were being stored and manufactured? The government has to have deed, land, property identification to know who owned these properties. Up to now, nothing. Why should we then wait until, like he said, sometimes 4 or 5 years before the truth comes out?
Well, thank you very much. I think, in the first place, this president, with all due respect, is not exercising leadership when it comes to fighting this drug epidemic that is in Liberia with respect to Liberia being used as a transit hub for international drug smugglers. The reason I say this is several days ago, the Front Page Africa wrote a story publishing a classified documentation that was submitted to the president since last year. No action was taken based on the recommendations from that classified documentation. Front Page Africa published a story stating that Liberia risks being a narco state if nothing is done to stem the importation and the exportation of drugs out of Liberia. Immediately, what happened? The Liberian government issued a major press statement condemning the report. Few days after, almost $400 million worth of drugs were discovered in Rawville. The question is, the property that those drugs are being manufactured, who owns that property? The people, they say there's a company. How did that company come to Liberia? Did it pass through the National Investment Commission? Who are the owners of that company? The $19 million drug. How did it get to 14 states? Who transported it there? These are all legitimate questions that needs to be answered. Up to today, those questions cannot be answered. What we are getting conflicting information from the government. The police director says one thing. The DEA is out of the picture. The justice minister says another thing. It creates a whole lot of speculation and credibility issue for the government. So I think the president is not exercising leadership on this matter. Because if he was exercising leadership, the government by now will have given us a clear explanation, a clear timeline. Company operating in Rawville. Nobody knows how they got there. Nobody knows how they got there. Who gave them license to operate a fishing company? Did the government have people there to monitor? Because normally in most of the concession agreements, the government always have a representative. For example, I grew up in Bomi Hills. When the Liberia Mining Company was operating in Bomi Hills, the government had an industrial relation office headed by an industrial relation officer. What that office does was to monitor and be an eye of the government on that company's operation. Did that happen with this this quote-unquote fishing company? We don't know. And there are other bogus companies that are in Liberia. They are coming to Liberia. Nobody knows how they are coming, whether they are coming through the front door or they are coming through the back door. Nobody knows. We have the National Investment Commission. Was there an investment agreement signed between this so-called fishing company and the government of Liberia before they started operating the pseudo drug operation? Those are legitimate questions that need to be answered. And the fact that we cannot get answers to these questions, of course, the blame is going to go to the president, because guess what? The buck stops with the president.
Thank you.
I submit.
Let me go to Tomlin. Mr. George, here we are, and I want to applaud you. From the very beginning, we said that we were never going to let the drug thing go to bed. We were going to stick with it until something was done. And I'm glad up to now, the people are waking to what's happening in Liberia. And finally, the United Nations. When we're talking about investment, international investment, we are talking about job creation. And now we have such classification by the United Nations. What should the president be doing? I mean, some of us think that it is, when it reached to this level, it is now national security issue that need to be addressed effectively, immediately. Nothing at this point. Your take on what's happening?
During the $19 billion case, I think during the Weah administration, $16 billion case, the Weah administration invited the U.S. Group, I think, what they call them? Crow. Yeah, they came in to assist. I think this is why President Booker should be doing too. But then when I brought up discussion over the weekend, somebody said, but the president's son is involved, so he won't do it. I said, well, I mean, all these things we're hearing speculation. There have been no yet evidence or proof so far to say, well, this person is involved. I know I watched a video where the video that says that the guy that was speaking the video called the president's son's name. And right now the argument, people are trying to authenticate the video to find whether it is true or not. And people are using the various forensic labs and wherever the case to authenticate the video. Hopefully we'll get to find out whether that video is authentic. And because a lot of people have put their credibility on this, people who we have a lot of respect for. So we look forward to seeing what will come from out of that video authentication. But I think the president needs to really take this. I mean, July 26th event ended today, so at least now they can focus on this issue of this national security threat.
Guys, let's mute when we are not talking. You're getting a lot of feedback.
I think they can focus on it now by him inviting the U.S. government to ask them, or the British government and the Western powers to help with this investigation, because we should ask ourselves, we should not be mistaken. To see $300 million worth of drug in Liberia, you think it's just there by locals? No, it must be international connection. And I repeat, people in the high echelons of our powers might be connected to it too, because don't forget, I want to go Liberia. You got the checkpoints. This car will come with dark, come with official. They don't search these cars. The cars that pass in the checkpoints at night, they don't search them. Once the car having a government official in it, they just just allow them to go through the checkpoint, even at the borders. So these are the very people who who are helping to transport these things in the country, smuggle these things in the country. So, but until we get international investigators, because right now it seems as though our security apparatus, because of the politics involved, people are playing politics with it too. People don't want to believe in them. They believe that they're hiding something. And I don't blame them, because by right, every day should be a daily briefing by the joint security that we see happens in other foreign countries. It's okay, we're having our first briefing today, 12 o'clock midday. The people who have found investigation have gone, where they still an investigation, and so forth. But they will let leaks. People in the very security sector are sending their leaks out to various media outlets. Okay, sending leaks out, leaking stuff out, and people are going and saying it on the media platforms. That's what's happening. So right now, if the government is really serious, the president will convene a National Security Council meeting that he's the head, and send a formal diplomatic note to the U.S. government, our major partner. Send a foreign minister dispatcher to go out there, or some member of the National Security Council, to go and see how we can get help with the investigation. I think this thing is too open for our security apparatus for Liberia, because the fact of the matter is that assume if a top official of government is involved, somebody top in the government is involved, do you think the security forces some of them will be that brave to say, well, if Tomlin Joy is holding this position, we're gonna invite him? But if you got foreign expert, they will tell you wherever the chips fall, we're gonna go for it. But if top official governments are involved, those who needs will be hearing, if they are involved, it will be half a point to just go and invite them. So these are hurdles they will face. But if you have international forces, the national group involved, they won't care. Independently, they won't care. They'll say, well, we heard from our investigation, we just called Tomlin George, he holds this position, we need to invite him. But because our local securities are handling this thing, in a way, it is. And there are some things that you hear from people, you wonder. Like over the weekend, I was informed that the Attorney General, he was not happy. He was on the way to coming from Basel, because he ordered the arrest of a top official of government, ordered arrested on Friday, but people powerful in the government was stopping that arrest. They were undermining the arrest. They were stopping, preventing that arrest from taking place. They have connection. So with that kind of unusual hearing, you think anything good will come from the investigation? It'll be compromised. So I think the president needs to extend to ask for help. Ask for help if we're really serious, because right now I don't think our John security they are really on top of it so far. I mean, I give them credit so far. They are able to bust these cartels so forth. I give them credit so far. But besides that, they definitely need some help. Because Mr. Gaiman and my fellow panelists there, look, if a top official government is involved, do you think security forces will be able to say, well, we need to ask this person from the first family, or from the second family, or from this official government to come forward? They may be afraid to do it. So that's where the speculation is coming from. So until we can put a seriousness to this thing, I think the whole thing is just becoming a nightmare. Because all year is rumor. The whole weekend was video. They weren't saying this one, that one saying this one, and that's how it's been going. And then the politics coming to A2. You got the other political side playing politics with A2, talking, oh, you guys, when you're accused of drugs, you guys are now involved with a larger drugs cartel and so forth. So I'm very sorry though, but I just want to say that until the president can ask for national help, I think we are we offer a nightmare. And just to clarify something, I just got a message that the joint security, I will just how do I call it? Okay. They say the EPS is part of the joint security. The president has elevated the drug issue to the National Security Council. The EPS director is on the joint security investigative team, and the director has professional experience in this area. We are seeking order to order, brand of bulk evidence and so forth. So that's why I'm getting. So the president has elevated the Security Council. He has put the EPS boss on it. So I think that's why I think he's saying it. So thank you.
Let me just comment.
One minute.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Where are you calling from?
Thank you very much, my brother. This is Abraham Connick calling from New Jersey. The issue that was under discussion between Mr. Langley, and my dear brother Toure. I just wanted to speak to a little bit.
Go ahead.
You know, to continuously give President Bouakai this excuse of, oh, he's not a talking type, we did not elect a president. We elected a man to speak to national issues. President Bouakai is noted for conveying the highest amount of cabinet meetings than any other president in modern history. He's very fast at doing that. It's a good thing. Maybe that's how he feels to run the country. But when it comes to these national issues, this is an issue that dated back as far as John. The president has spoken to the
Please mute. Go ahead, Chief. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
For people to keep giving the excuse that, oh, the president, he's not a talking type. He takes care of his own issue differently. It's wrong. This is a national security issue, and it must be at the forefront of everything that this president will address. Guys, the president, immediately the Capitol building got burned. It took less than 2 hours. The president went there and declared whatever happened there as holy guns are burning the place. With all security briefing, nothing. He came up with such a decision immediately. He didn't wait for any security consultation. He did that. And look, you guys are forgetting. In the United States here, there was a guy that the American government brought from Afghanistan as one of these people that were helping them with the process over there. And he came there, he opened fire on people. Immediately, the government told you where this person came from and how they got in the United States. So was the case with the hijackers. They told you where they came from. But today, up to now, the government have not told you how the people got in the country, through what medium they managed, where they got visa, what port of interest, nothing have told you. And then you're telling people that they are still working and the president is taking his time. This is wrong to keep giving this president this leeway, especially this kind of contemporary existential threat that is facing this country. So I just wanted to speak to that issue, that indeed there's an urgency here that the president don't need to be mute about. He needs to speak and speak forcefully and constantly. Even if he's not doing that, his national security that he continues to constitute, need to speak to it. And lastly, the president told you that indeed he went to FOIA. He said if he had known about a $10 million building, he would have never accepted it. But the question there, have you ever spoken about it again to the nation? Absolutely nothing. So you guys need to stop giving him this kind of excuse that when you're not talking type, you will speak to it when necessary. It's wrong. This is not about politics. It's about the security of this nation. And we are at a serious critical point at this point in time. So I just wanted to speak to this here and highlight some of these issues that we need to really look at it critically. But thanks for the time, my brother.
Thank you. Sita.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the statement just read by my good friend, Timothy George. You see, this is what we have always been talking. In the absence of actual information, there will always be speculation. People did not know that. We know that he's part of the joint security asset. The mere fact that he's the head of the EPS. He's part of the national joint security. If the government has constituted a working task force of the joint security, elevating the director of the EPS to speak on this drug issue because of the extensive background in drug enforcement, the government should also issue a press release highlighting all of these. But you what? The EPS director made a statement. The statement it created a lot of controversy. Before you tell me to clarify, why is it that they people keep shooting themselves in the feet? Why you can't be open and tell the Liberian people exactly what you are doing? If this government tells the Liberian people always what they are doing with respect to fighting this drug situation in Liberia, there will be no need for speculation.
Jackie, your microphone. I think your microphone.
Berger, may I just come in a second?
Your microphone is If you got on Bluetooth, I think you need to take it off Bluetooth. Your global people, you want to do all kind of civil things. You can
Go ahead.
There you go. Now you go. Go ahead.
So what I was saying is that you see, the fact that the government is not transparent, that is the reason why there are a lot of speculations regarding the investigation on this drug situation. If the government set up a different national security apparatus and elevated the EPS director because of his extensive background in drugs enforcement to that level, and for him to speak on this issue, that should have been made public to the Liberian people. Say, hey, look, since we discovered this drug, we have put in place this structure. You understand? And then when information is coming from that structure, the Liberian people will know exactly where it is coming from. But you have the EPS director make a statement. It caused a lot of controversy. After the controversy, now before you tell to provide clarification. How? That is the disconnect we are talking about. We want the government to fight the drug epidemic in our country because it has the potential to tarnish the reputation of Liberia and derail Liberia progress that it is making and classify Liberia, because right now the United Nations is classifying Liberia as a transit hub for international drug smuggling. So that's what we are saying. The government needs to be transparent. The government needs to tell us exactly how this investigation is proceeding. Now, when people speculate, then you come and provide a little bit of clarification. Then when people speculate again, you provide a little bit of speculation. So what are you doing? You're not giving the Liberian people an actual picture of what is obtaining in your investigation. And I submit.
One minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, gentlemen. I know there's a lady there. My name is John Mawolo. I'm calling from Maryland. You know, gentlemen, Liberian people these days are such that they intentionally allow people to make fool of them, and they act like they're surprised. This government has consistently shown its hand that it doesn't intend to do anything right. Yet we keep making excuses. Everybody, as soon as you hear them say, oh, the old man, you know they're ready to pamper him. Listen, this man took $20-something million of our money. He said he want to buy a yellow machine. Can any journalist tell me that they saw all of these machine parks somewhere? There were 280 of them? No. Nobody has seen that. They said they're distributing there already. They gave some to, I don't know how many they gave to buy some the other day. Okay, where are the rest? The man want to buy yellow machines. And he buy a whole lot of truck and pickup. And people call it yellow machine. You sit there and allow that to happen. They brought it $19 million. We can't find the perpetrator of that. Then the other one that is almost $5 billion street value. You think somebody's going to find who it is? And because they don't want that to be known, they are refusing to call in international investigators. Because that's the one that will solve this problem. And if they don't, Liberia and Liberians will be in trouble. So this nonsense that we just sit down and let the people just run a circle around us and we act like, oh, we're surprised when the bad thing happens. Our own national anthem says, with hearts and hands, our country's cause enemy will meet the foe with valor unpretending. If we got no valor, we will go under. So that's up to us. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's the great John Mawolo from Maryland. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to come in quickly.
Yeah. 1 minute.
Thank you. I'll be quick. But I just wanted to register the magnitude, the reason why a lot of us feel that this is of such magnitude that the president really should be doing more than he's doing. You know, I know my brother say he's being briefed, but that's not what we're talking about. He is supposed to brief us, not him being briefed. But let me give you this. During President Weah time, they found 520 kilograms. This president found 3,971. If you divide that by 520, that's about 7.6 times. So you multiply that by the 100 million, that is talking about $760 million. You do the same thing with the 237, that's about $46 million. You add both of them up, that's over $800 million. That's about 66%, 67% of our national budget. And these people are on video claiming that what was actually brought into the country was almost more than 2 times larger than what they seized. So this is a big problem we are faced with, and we're going to sit here and talk about the president being briefed. It's been almost 2 months. You're talking about a very, very nervous nation. This is the only topic people talk about in Liberia now. And we think it is sufficient that the president is being briefed. That's all. No. He is supposed to come and reassure a very, very nervous nation. That's his responsibility. That's his job. We're not begging him to do any favor. That is why he was elected. Commander-in-Chief is able to protect us and make us feel safe. Right now, he is not doing that. He's not doing that. So I wanted to make sure, I wanted to register this, and now you can go ahead, my brother, and speak to, what you wanted to speak to.
Jerry, I think I can inject.
After Ture, I'm coming to you, Daniel.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, Sarah, welcome. You know what? I've seen the face of a young man there. I thought it was a man, but welcome to the show, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gilman, and thank you so much, everyone, for coming on the show. Interesting topic, interesting discussion. I've been, listening at the background, and I would love to give my input when the time comes. Thank you so much.
Okay, right after Daniel, we'll bring you in. Go ahead, Ture.
Yeah, so I think that you guys are missing this whole thing here, and at the end of the day, I don't expect you guys to, every one of you, to understand this. Number one, my brother. Let's go back to the whole thing about what my big brother Timothy George read out to us. He said the guy from EPS was pretty much called on board to work in that department, whatever it is. In America, there's something that we all may be familiar with, which is the Occupational Safety Health Administration, OSHA. So OSHA has these 2 terms that they have a capable person and a competent person, right? So just because you are competent, an authorized person, I'm sorry, just because you are competent doesn't mean you're authorized, right? So probably from the EPS boss, he's competent, he has experience, but is he authorized to be the spokesperson discussing anything about these drugs? Has there been a centralized or structured communication, means of communication that you will send this information if there's a problem with the drug situation, how to brief the person, what they wanted to do? So yes, you may be very competent, but you are not authorized to do that. So any communication like this, from the communication standpoint, you are creating more confusion than you are trying to solve any problem. That's number one. Number 2, my brother from Jersey called. He talked about me giving excuses. I'm not giving excuses for nobody. Like I said, I don't get paid by Buckeye. I don't get paid by. I'm not his competent. I'm not a politician. I have not have interest in politics, at least not yet. However, right, there were press briefings that Buckeye did on the 24th of this thing. He did it on the 24th. He did some on the 9th, right? Of this situation. The people are working. Buckeye is not in the field getting all this information, bringing it to the people. So he has spoken about this thing numerous times, and the records are there. It's Googleable. Google. You gotta take my word for it. But what I'm trying to say to you is this: if you want to solve a problem of this magnitude, it's not just about talking. Now, somebody made mention about a yellow machine that money was in. That's a salient point. Let's discuss it. Let's call the president out. Mr. President, money was saved on our budget for this. What's happening? Let's call him out, and let's make sure that he gives some accountability for our money. But there are people who got problem with these guys in these positions, but they're not going to them, but want to attack the president just to get these guys' voice heard. So if you got problem with any of the guys like DEA director, police director, face the bull by his horn and say, hey, this is what you're doing, cut him out. But the president. So at the end of the day, You guys are politicizing everything and taking out the focus. The so-called cartel guys who did the video, right? Saying 24 hours. How many days ago since 24 hours? What have they done? How sure are we that? Oh yes, even though the video is real, but how sure are we it's not staged? When investigators are investigating things, they don't go me. I'm from a law enforcement background. I work in law enforcement, so I understand to an extent what I'm saying. When investigators are saying these things, they're not just going and they say, "Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, because somebody just says something, so that means that's it. It's Bible. Let's get this person." There are scientific evidence that you want to bring, and what's happening. And in this kind of thing where there are government officials or potentially government officials may be involved into it, you just don't want to rush into anything because you know why? You got sabotage in every institution. That people want to sabotage things. So all I'm saying as Liberians, yes, your concerns are genuine. I will apply. We all want the same thing. But if we are not careful, we're going to jeopardize everything. You don't want to be like America where everything's CNN running away, or the president did it, or Fox wrong with it. So all the things that defense doing, or the intelligence doing, or CIA doing is on CNN before people that are going after hear these things. You have a fragile country that don't have any budget to take care of certain things. But Somali asks for international, independent, guys to come on board. Salient point. Let's ask for that. But I'm not saying here, oh, Brokaw is, he's doing the best of job, but he has spoken about it. And leadership could be very subjective in most cases. I rest here.
Dana Gayu, for those of us who have been in
I thought you said I was going to be next.
So I said after Daniel.
No, he said after me.
Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
Okay.
No
Daniel.
Sarah, how you doing?
How are you, sir?
Daniel.
Yes, sir.
Our brother, our colleague, I wouldn't say brother, our colleague.
I gotta be talking because the man quick to forget me.
Oh no. Our colleague Abraham Toure said the president had given several news briefs. Those of you who have been to journalism, for those who have been in politics on the national level for so long, something of this magnitude does not require a news brief. It requires a news conference. The difference is detail, length, okay, and quality. A news brief is what the president did at the airport when he was coming. They asked him what is it, what's going on, and he says, "Well, we leave it to you." Everybody was clapping, laughing. It was just something brief. News conference is where all the news organs are called, and the president speaks, and then take questions, detailed questions. None. He has not done that. Has never done it. We have never did it. Maybe Ellen did it once or twice. Nobody. But talk to me about your take on, because I'm a CEO in my company. I get federal funding. Everything that happens in my company, they don't go to my social work department or go to the health department. They go directly to the CEO because I am the one that signed the checks. So how can this man say now we should go to the LDA and hold him accountable, go to the police chief and hold him accountable, but leave the president alone? President appointed these people.
I think I've been dishonest too deeply. It's not my time to speak, but I think I've been dishonest.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Jerome, and then thank you to everybody for your contributions. I want us to look at national security. What is our understanding of national security? Mm-hmm. Let us understand that in a criminal investigation, you don't put information out if you don't have the necessary evidence, okay, to indict people. There's an ongoing investigation, and the president has demonstrated leadership by constituting a National Security Council to deal with the drug issue. You all are in the know. Wow. You all are in the know. Now let me just provide information of what happened back in 2010. The United Nations Office on Drugs Control, they released an evidence about the issue of cocaine and heroin. That Africa there are destinations in Africa that will serve as hope. What I think we all need to be doing right now is one, to relax and not being too political. What I'm hearing, on the conversation tonight is that we have been too political and not understanding that there's an ongoing criminal investigation. The government is taking the necessary steps to bring perpetrator to book. Now, if the government was not sincere to bring perpetrator to book, I don't think the assistant director of police who are being arrested will be in jail by now. It's a clear evidence that this president and the government, they are demonstrating leadership to making sure, but they are not going to bring you bit and pieces information. No. Okay, there is ongoing briefing, and when the president gets the detail of the investigation, he will address the nation appropriately. National security issue, you don't just talk because you want to talk. No, because you want to provide the necessary evidences. You are going to take people to court. What is your reliance? Oh, because we got cocaine from somebody's house. What is the reliance? It is not sufficient. You talk about property, okay? The property at which those drugs were found, who are the owner? And we just say, oh yes, the next day because people got arrested with drugs, and so the government going to name people. The investigation is ongoing. Let's get the process changed. Let's get the government, they change as a security are doing their jobs. Okay, so nobody is providing an excuse for the president. Then to address the issue with the gentleman who said, oh, yellow machine, I don't know whether he lived in a different world. Maybe he lived in a different world. I know which Maryland he mentioned, whether Maryland, USA, or Maryland, Liberia.
Don't attack the man, attack the issue.
No. I mean, I'm not attacking him. I just want to remind him that he is on a touch with the yellow machine.
The question about who owned the property,
okay. No, hold on, oh, man. You talking about yellow machine. Somebody came here and provided false information about yellow machine.
No, he tried to interject. It's a point of correction.
Okay.
That's why he asked you.
I just want to provide the clarification that the yellow machines are in Liberia. So if you don't know, my brother, okay? No, Sarah, don't go there. Don't go there. Yeah, you know the yellow machines are in Liberia. So when I allow anybody to come here to use the platform, right, to describe the government. And so I think the government need ample time as the investigation on the drug issue is ongoing. The government need ample time. The president is working with his national security team. And at the appropriate time, okay, information will be provided to the Liberian people for the National Security Council, and the president is going to update us as the investigation, unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, that was the voice of the NIMBO USA Deputy National Chairperson, and the definition of NIMBO is the re-election of Joseph Boakai. But Sarah, let's talk about the yellow machine. I want you to add it into your comment here.
Okay.
I was watching what happened in my hometown, Grand Bassa County, and we saw 4 yellow machines and 9 dump trucks.
Okay.
Yellow machine and 9 yellow machine and 9 dump trucks. Red dump trucks. So they said they gave up 19 yellow machine. That's not true.
Red is the new yellow.
Yeah, right. They gave up 4 yellow machines.
These guys are colorblind.
And the rest are dump trucks. They are pickup trucks. They are buses. They are not yellow machines.
Bunch of scammers.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I just said nothing but hypocrisy in Brother Daniel's assertion here. Nothing but hypocrisy. You sitting here telling us to not politicize anything. What did Unity Party do when the 100 million drugs was found in the country? Was it not politicized? Be honest to yourself on this platform. Was it not politicized? Let's forget about politics. Let's come to the main issue here. The drugs
There's
are
a criminal. There's an ongoing criminal investigation, Sarah.
Boy, stop that thing. $19.2 million drugs. We see no investigation. How many months have they been? How many months? The $19.2 million drugs. How many months we're going to now? You think Baka can investigate anything? Then he would have investigated the occupation of the Guineans at our border. If he's somebody who can investigate something. Up to now, the Liberian people don't know why they are there. And then you want to come here and tell us about investigation? Come on now. Come on, guys. Nobody's stupid. You need to stop this. You politicize everything that happens in our country. And now you come here to tell us not to politicize anything. If Waka was serious about investigating the drug cartels, $19.2 million drugs, born in blood, we don't know what happened. You say people in jail. Who are those in jail? I ain't seen nobody in jail. Because when you grab Bucky Rob with $20 cocaine, we saw him with his hands cuffed. We saw that on social media. That guy you talking about in jail, we didn't see him with his hands cuffed in jail. Did anybody on the platform here saw him, Mr. Gayman?
He was handcuffed. He was handcuffed.
Did you see anybody?
He was handcuffed.
Did you see him? Did you see him?
Sarah, he was handcuffed.
Did you see him enter South Beach?
Yes.
Daniel,
He is in prison.
Daniel, when someone's speaking, when you were speaking, everybody waited. We don't interject.
Yep. Let me go on mute.
We can't lie to our people. Waka told our people, say we gave a man's job to a boy. Now he is the man. And now he's behaving nothing like a boy. That's how he's behaving. He's behaving like a young old boy who has no clue what's going on. And frankly, he has no clue what's going on. People are at our border as we speak. You're talking about investigation. How long has it been now? Do the Liberian people know what's going on there? Do we know up to this point why these people are at our border? We say no. Then you say we should give them a chance to do investigation. $19.2 million drug. Nothing. Blah. We hear anything. While we're in the process, $370 million drug busted. And then you're telling us that we should give them a chance to investigate? We don't have to give them a chance. Let Waka call the international community to investigate this drug issue, because guess what? He is not going to do anything about it, because for people that are entrenched in the cartel are related to him. He's not going to do anything. Let's be honest with the Liberian people here. Let's be honest. The drug issue has no face. It can attack your brother. It can attack my brother. It can attack anybody. It has no face. Politics or not, our brothers and sisters are dying for drugs. If you and I go to the airport tomorrow and our country is a hub, it's a drug trafficking hub, you and I will be put in a room, a special room that will be such like criminals. It affects everybody. So put your politics aside. According to you, we are politicizing this thing. It is all about the Liberian people and our young people that are being affected by this thing. These people are getting rich out of drugs while our country is being looked at as a hub, and our young people are being affected. And then you come here to come lie to and tell you not to politicize. But it's also, if the old man have strength, if he ever to investigate this drug, he would have started from the $19.2 million drug, and he would have given us information on it. Nothing. Until the other one came and got into it. And now you're telling us something else. Y'all stop this, man. Seriously, y'all stop this. This is not about politics. You nimble man here. You nimble, go back. Let a nimble tell you. Tell Waka to come to the Liberian people and tell us what's going on. Say you don't want us to politicize it. We don't have the correct information. Y'all come and tell us the truth now. Y'all come and tell us the truth. Because everything you have said is nothing but lies. Nothing but lies. Y'all bring international people to investigate this drug. When Waka went to the Capitol building, he never had any evidence, but he concluded that the Capitol building was burned by hooligans. He did. So now let him come up now, bring international people to investigate this drug. We are hearing a lot of news snippets of what is going on. And we're not going to take it for granted. Now, according to what we heard, he has beefed out his own security for his family. All of his people around here, cabinet ministers, have all beefed up their securities. Who is the victim here? The Liberian people walking in the street. Because where there is drugs, there is violence. And where there is violence, the innocent suffer. Our innocent people will be the victim. He's protected. He got bulletproof jeep, bulletproof everything. Our people walking around, they don't have all those immunities. So you need to make our country safer, and you need to stop coming on here to come be lying to us. We need the facts. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are reading your comments. Thank you very much. There's a lot of them. We can't read all, but let me welcome Daniel Gidding, Kakura, Flex Electronic, Grecian Kennedy. That's my girl from the great city of Lower Buchanan. Today, your town was on fire. We are going to, there you go, Gidding. There are some issues Seditians shouldn't be speaking on because they have lost the moral right to speak on them. There you go. So here we are. These people are saying, if you are a sedition, wherever you are, you have lost your right to speak on any issue pertaining to Liberia. Zero.
And they have lost their right to question anybody because guess what? They came to make a change. They didn't come to do worse. So they have no right to tell anybody anything yet. They were supposed to be the change, and now they are worse. So who are they to tell somebody something?
So you see, has a circle.
Rabo Black Diamond said fire from all cylinder sister is on fire. Grecian, the government will clear all CDC drugs that they brought it into the country. JMB 12-year loading. Grecian said the drug were brought into the country by the CDC.
Mr. Given.
Yeah.
My source for the Security Council just sent me this message, but I will just read part of it, okay?
Okay.
It said the EPA is part of the joint security. The president has elevated the drug issue to the National Security Council. The EPA director is on the joint investigative team. And then it said we are seeking a court order to burn the bulk evidence. Investigators will take representative samples of the cocaine and present them in court during trial. Universally, bulk drug evidence can be destroyed before trial. In third world countries, oftentimes narcotics are swapped and then end up in the illicit market. Here, well,
look, let me go to Abraham Toure here. This one here, I don't know how we going to defend something of this nature. That we have not identified the source. We have not identified who the drug belonged to. We have not identified where was the drug going. We have not identified any of those key things that anybody in investigation would like to know. If you arrest Toure, Abraham Toure, you say we arrest Abraham Toure. He carries a Liberian passport number XYZ. If the evidence shows that the passport was stolen, or it was a fake passport, that's a whole different case. But you have to do that. But in this case, we don't know where the drug is coming from, how it got into the country, who are those who were storing it, where was it being stored, how was that? None of this information that has nothing to do with compromising the security of the event. Why don't we have the right to know?
So I think we all have the same. Quest. But again, we are shifting blames here, right? Because when I heard my sister talk, she goes, "Oh, the CDC were there, were complaining. Now the other citizens in the trap saying, oh yeah, Joe, we are claiming. Joseph Boca claiming drugs. So at the end of the day, it's a circle. The same thing was saying. That's what happened. So we'll be shifting one blame from one person to another. In this drug issue, there are many people there are families who are victims of this situation. There are, for example, my own big brother, Musa Balete, his son's in jail because of drugs that were found with Irene cocaine, right? So at the end of the day, everybody wants truth, they want the facts. So would it be okay that I say, okay, we arrested Mr. Gay Man, he's linked to the drugs, they're come arrest you with not proper investigation. The source is not true. Is that what you want to hear? Or you want to hear Boca coming every morning, this drugs in here, I gotta think it's a bad thing. As a matter of fact, it's emergency. The person not getting it, but is that what you want to hear, or you want to go to the root cause? The real thing, Liberian, we have gotten to this society, the microwave society, where everything we want to happen to do, everything, and even in our national politics, it goes there. I'm not in any way, shape, or form trying to defend Joseph Boca. I keep saying this thing here. But what I'm saying is this: as a Liberian who means well for that country, and I'm very sure that every one of you being well for Liberia, every one of us here, we have to now strategize a different approach in situations like this, because we said the same thing doing CDC, we said the same thing doing Ellen, we said the same thing doing Taylor. When will we change? When we come to a leadership standpoint, we'll say, you know what? We cannot do business as usual. Let's get to the root cause. It might be, it might tiring, but we want to see what is this. Is somebody like giving you like maybe somebody giving you like a band-aid of a wound you got on your hand when not really treating what it is. That band is temporary. What can we do? How can we get to the end of this? Should we rush this guy into and take them to court or bring in false name, knowing them to be the perpetrators, but then we'll come, we have them in custody, they are not, and it goes scot-free, and we can't find the perpetrators? What do we want as Liberians? That's all I'm asking. So I'm not doing the politics thing with y'all. I'm not sedition. I'm not unity partisan. I'm not CMC. I'm not nothing. I'm not part of your political clique. You're not you. Now I'm talking about just political people, pundits who are listening. I'm not part of the political cliques. I'm interested in the betterment of Liberia. We cannot continue to do business as usual. We cannot keep calling government, oh, you did it. It has getting us nowhere. It will not get us anywhere. The best thing you do is let very patient hold it in and trace where it's coming from. That's all I'm saying on this platform.
Okay, real quick. I know you said.
I got a quick question for him.
Yeah, 1 minute. I know you posted the idea that investigation should be thorough before law takes power. But let's address the capital city, the Capitol building burning situation, the fire. The president was very swift and direct.
And saying what?
He went, he called a news briefing, it wasn't a news conference, news briefing, and accused those who they allege put the fire or set the Capitol on fire. He said, quote unquote, that they know who they are hooligans, they know who the hooligans are, and they will be brought to justice. This is the president. This is what the president said. Immediately, he mounted the podium and he told them they knew who these people were. They were hooligans and they would be brought to justice effective immediately. The president didn't say, give me a chance, let us conclude the investigation and then we will do that. No, they went and started arresting people immediately.
Okay, so the act of burning a Capitol building, right? The act of burning a national, like a Capitol building, it's not an act that's done by a decent person who's in the right mind or who means good.
But that's not what we are saying.
No, my point is
no. We try to be even-handed because you got to be consistent. If arrest and accusation should be withheld, names should be withheld until thorough investigation is done. And if you hold that in this case, why wouldn't you hold that in the other case?
How long did it take the Liberia National Police and Fire Service to come up with the names of people that arrested that burned the Capitol building?
I would say effective immediately.
What's effective? Effective immediately is subjective. What is effective?
No, it's not subjective because they surrounded the home of Safoko. All of those people that they said.
Why did they surround Safoko home? Because why he made previous
I would say maybe 48 hours.
Yeah, people. The reason is why it happened.
I'm not Big Brother, I'm your colleague.
I'm sorry, I'm used to that. So the reason why that happened, right, Mr. Jerome, gay man, the reason why that happened in law enforcement, there's something called reasonable articulable suspicion. They had that.
Oh, there you go.
Because somebody had made a threat. Hold on. Somebody had made a threat at the previous time. In this case, the suspect they have in custody, they still have no one, is still tracing other suspects before they come up with the full findings. So yes, they had that. Even those guys, the person that made a statement, and then other guys who they believe to be part of it, which happens to be what the guy that light-skinned lawmaker, what's his name? Forget his name from the Bushra Island area. Forget his name. Please remind me when you get his name, right? But those people that they thought were high suspects, they ran out. Subsequently, they came after them. So the arrest or put in custody did not come the 2 hours after. They didn't come 2 days after. They had to, and the reason why the guy came up because he made a 3-word statement. For example, the past speaker, the former speaker, he said something that said Alambo, which was correlated to something that must have happened here in America a long time ago, or whatever it is. And he said, well, when they put the facts together, well, he said this happened. So they were pointing all the doubts.
And Abi also made a statement about the water truck.
Hold on. We shouldn't do this, right? So my point I'm trying to make to you is the reason why it was swift to go on those people, even it took days, a week before they could get other people involved, is because why? They had a reasonable article suspicion to hold her in custody. That's why it was so fast.
That is not true.
Okay, let me go to Sita. I'm coming to you, Mary, Sarah. Sita, like I said, it is going a little beyond pretzel now. I think it's going to donuts. But this is what we are talking about. When they say suspicion means it is alleged. Okay, when we are talking about indictment in Liberia, when you hear this person was indicted, they think that it is a crime. No, indictment basically means you have been accused. Okay, you can accuse anybody. It's just a sophisticated way of saying a person was accused, being indicted. Like in America, they say prosecutors were indicted, even a ham sandwich. So here we are talking about a related premise that before somebody's life report in jeopardy, the investigation had to be thorough. And then on the other hand, you say, well, somebody said Alamo. And if you say Alamo, 200 years ago, Alamo has something to do with fire. So therefore, A is now B, B now equal A. I mean, I find this we all did logic in school. This one just doesn't add up.
Quite honestly, I find it mind-boggling that the situation with the arson at the Capitol building, it was swiftly investigated. Swiftly. As a matter of fact, before investigation could
had to do your opponents now.
Before the investigation could determine actually what really happened.
Yep.
There was already a pronouncement
by the president. Thank you.
By the president. So what happens? Everybody who was perceived as enemy to the current government, the government went after them.
Yep.
Fire happens. Somebody says Alamo. If a fire happens and somebody says Alamo, because the person says Alamo, so the person is what? Guilty by just saying that word.
That's not what I said.
Now, you see, in Liberia, we have to be very careful. Look, law enforcement, criminal investigation has to be thorough. It has to go step by step. You can't investigate a crime, even though all crimes are not the same, but you cannot investigate a crime differently from another crime. You take a different approach. You are very quick to pass on judgment, a specific crime, then another crime, you are slow walking. So what does that suggest? If the first crime happened, you are constantly giving briefing about this situation, and another criminal event happened, and then you are slow walking that investigation. You know why it does? It creates room for speculation, and it creates room for people not to believe the investigators. Because investigators have to be professional. That is the reason why, regardless whether anything has political leaning, investigation has to be done in a professional way. Before even determining, say, oh, this is awesome, the people who burn this building, who will get after them. Right away, you have already accused people. You know who did it already. You see that? So that is the reason why we are asking the national security apparatus, they have to be professional in whatever they do. Whether it is the drugs investigation, whether it's the investigation regarding this whole arson on the Capitol building. Government has spent over $2 million and they cannot prosecute anybody.
I think you guys are...
Look, let me just say this. You see, Liberia, the country keep making the same mistake over and over. Different group of people come to power, they do the same thing. So as a result, what happened? The country is not going anywhere. That is the reason why I've always said on this show, we need a new political dispensation in Liberia, because the same group of people, they get there today, they criticize the other administration for doing something. When they come there, they do worse than the previous administration.
Absolutely.
And we see that time and time again.
Wait,
It
guys,
is
I
not
guess
unique-
on every
it is not unique to this administration. It happened under the George Weah administration. It
Exactly.
also happened during the Allen administration.
you
So
just
it's
underscored
almost
my
like
point.
it's almost like a vicious
Jerome, let me come in. I think
cycle.
Abraham has had enough say on this. Let me
You
quickly
almost
come in.
underscored my point.
No,
To
one
like,
minute,
just,
one
that's
minute.
exactly what I'm saying.
Victor, go ahead.
Thank you. So, look, quickly, let's look back. Quita Dolo, right? She brought something from, I think, Thailand or something, right?
Yes.
Within a matter of days, right? She was paraded on TV, everything. We heard everything that needed to be heard about what she brought in, how she brought it in. Bucky Raw. Bucky Raw probably had, people say maybe a few grams of drugs, whatever. They had him paraded. They broke into his home. They ransacked his home. All of that, everything was on live television. Now, since this drug thing broke, right, the vice president was seen in photos that were compromising positions with some of the people associated with the drug boss, the $19 million vice president, yet to come to us and tell us anything about who or what is the association is with these people. He said nothing. I can't even tell you that I know what has become of those people, whether they're on investigation.
They're allowed in the country.
Thank you. And now what do we see over the weekend? The president himself is in several photos with the Prairie fellow who has not issued this tape, threatening his own son. And we have to sit here and say, the president is being briefed and therefore he's on top of it. I'm really kind of flabbergasted. This is twisted logic. And when you tell them we just talk, how do you say that? I think you're the one who's just talking because you want to talk. You're making assumptions that you know nothing about.
Probably.
You stay here, you're making baseless, unfounded, assertions. You can't prove here that the president is being briefed on such and such. Do you get a daily briefing from the president?
Do you know what we're talking about?
The only way I know that the president is being briefed is when the president comes to me and tells me what he's doing.
Daniel said I want. Daniel
For
said
instance, the container that was arrested in Roseville, that is an asset. It has an owner. Who owned that place? You can tell us that. That can't be such a tax secret.
Exactly.
Because when that place is raided, we now know the place. Everything that needs to be known about it, I believe, is already known. When are we going to know who owned this container? How did the drugs get into that? That's the kind of thing we expect to hear from the executive team. We're not hearing that.
Fine, that's
the
true.
President announced, you just said it here, he announced the Justice Minister as the lead on this matter.
Right.
Yet, we keep hearing from Gregory Coleman, who himself has been compromised. His immediate deputy was just fired because they took bribe. The man said he took some of the money. We don't even know what has become of that investigation. The police investigated Gregory Coleman, of which is the head. You understand me? And you want to sit down here and we should talk about, they're doing it. No, they're not. I'm really very disappointed. You're a very young man, but I really think I think you're getting your information from all the wrong places.
So you think, if that's the thing, you think I'm getting information from someone?
You just said that. How am I going to assume? I don't have the information that you have.
So the logic you're bringing,
we're going to go on logic?
No,
the facts are available, we're going to go on logic?
Mr. Namwe, the logic you're bringing, right? You are trying to audit the vice president and the president photo ops. Do you know who these people are? I guess you know. They are president. They can take picture with anybody.
No, I don't know. That is why I expect them to come and tell me who these people are. I don't know.
Do you know how many pictures like I would have
Okay, let me go to 2 minutes. Here we are when it comes to the photo. In America, they say when you tell the first lie, now you got to tell more lies to cover more lies, especially when it comes to the photo. The vice president said he takes photo, he's a public figure, he takes photo with people everywhere he goes. And people said, fine. But then when Rodney C. came, Rodney C. the best, he took one photo. But here now we don't want to have photos. We got photos, we got videos. And his wife said, yes, he's an associate of the family. So here we are. It is just until these people come clean.
That means we need more cover up for those stories.
It is just going to get widened, and it's going to go. We need to know who owns the house. If they were in America here, you when you come to Florida, you call my name and you go to the area you put in my name, they will tell you if I'm a property owner, if I'm a home owner, they will tell you how much I pay, when I pay for it, how much it's worth, and all. Everything is there. It's public information.
Yep.
In Liberia, we do not have that information, but yes, at least the government has record for deeds, who owns that land. And they are saying, up to now, nobody wants to tell us who owns that property.
So, Gamer, you know, there are several questions that need to be asked. And in fact, look, let me start. As I sit on the show tonight, I'm going back and forth with a member of the Joint Security Council, right? And the question I'm asking is this. The first question I'm asking, the house that the first $19 million drug bust. My question to this fellow is, the house that they took the drugs from, that they took to Paul King's house on 20th Street. What's the status of that house? The house where they took the drugs from and took it to Paul King house or took it to the airport. What is the status of that house? Number one. Number two, it is my understanding that Jojo Boyka Jr. admitted that he traveled to Spain with an NSA officer. The question is, what was the mission to travel with an NSA officer to Spain? And one of these members of the cartel was informed that they met with that person. So these are questions that need to be asked. That's why I keep saying that the reason why all these speculations are coming out, because people are not asking it, because they are not giving us the chance. Like, for instance, I think there was a shooting in Seattle last night, right? Another shooting took place.
Yeah,
already,
I saw that story.
They already have had over 4 or 5 briefings already to the public.
Yep.
You see, and this is a national issue. It's a big issue being discussed. Why would you be getting leaks? Then when the leaks come up, then you're attacking the people who put them out there.
Then you start to provide clarity.
Yeah, so what you need to do, you come up with the Joint Security. So look, on the ongoing drug crisis, we'll give briefing to the public every day at 12 o'clock. Give our briefing, take questions from everybody. You go back again. Keep the public up to date with what's happening. And then
the journalist chance to ask your questions.
Yeah, ask questions so that you can clear the mind. Let issue with the vice president. I asked him, I said, look, he said, oh, like, for instance, you come to my house, George, you bring somebody, for instance, let me take a picture with the VP. I take a picture. I said, yeah, but also too, if that person, I keep bringing that person around me to take a picture with you, you ask a question, you say, but who the guy keep bringing around me to take a picture with me, you know? You ask a question of that nature. We ask. You won't just, because in me, if I see everything I see Siton, somebody with him, oh, just give me a picture of you. I'll take a picture first time. Next time, I say, but who that member? Everyone that see me, you want to take a picture
Who
of
is
me?
that man? I always want to take a picture
Yeah,
with me.
you take a picture with my wife the other day. And you ask the questions. So, and that's the issue right now. And so, look, and we all got to keep on pressing them. Now, I'm trying my best to get somebody from the Joint Security Council to come on our show. I said, look, you guys, the platform is not for the government, it's not for the opposition. The platform, nobody censure you. You can come and express yourself and make an issue. We'll not censor you or tell you, say, oh no, you can't talk this, you can't talk that. No, we're not going to control you. We're not going to call you Michael because you criticize the government or you criticize the opposition. You're free. Just that whatever you say, we are responsible for your own comments you're making, you know. But so you gotta invite them to come and let's discuss it. The issue, look, and if we continue this issue, the issue will get worse. Will get worse. Because the next thing you find out, the guys in Mexico or Colombia will say, no, Sonny, we heard that Liberia got a safe haven for our drug folks. Let's start to go there. And mind you, guys, our country, our border is so porous. Our security network is so the people can penetrate anytime. You guys enter our country and build a hub there, will be in serious problem. If you are watching on the drug movies, you guys travel with heavy arms. They travel like they go on war front. And one morning we get up and say, oh, heavy shooting taking place in Banasville or in Brownsville, in the place between our security forces and the drug cartel.
No, it's not drugs come with violence and a whole lot of things.
But for the government to take the thing serious. And look, everybody chase for, I keep hearing them say, where the chase for will go there. No, we want you guys to keep the public abreast by briefing us every day. Give us some briefing. But guess what? Leaks coming out, it's not helping the situation. Okay? It's about time that all those who have been named to this thing come forward to clear their name. Come and tell the people, I'm innocent. What being said about me is not true. You know, and take some questions and move on. But every time they're doing it, it won't rest until one day they will say one of your officials have been arrested. You were arrested in at so airport or so place. Then that time we will get serious. So, Mr. Gimelo, the issue is about the government being very clear with the people. Come on, don't just be giving.
They're hiding things, but they still want for people to shut up.
It's not going to politicize it either. You know, like the brother Teresa, yeah, I agree. We can't politicize this thing. This is affecting all of us. Because the more and more drugs, I mean, Daniel Gilliu, you know, I mean, you work in the health sector before. You understand what you're in Labrador for more than 3-4 years at one point in time. And I'm sure you have that kind of with these drugs, the disorders and things like that. We're all aware. So it's affecting our country. It's gonna undermine our youthful population. We'll continue to play politics with this thing and also take it for granted. So, Mr. Gibbon, that's the only thing I can say right now. It's a serious thing. We're taking it for a joke.
Let me welcome Honorable Sylvester Pee-wee. Even though you come into class late, it's all right. We got 30 minutes, but it's better late than never. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think it's good to be here a day after the 179th anniversary of the Republic of Liberia. So I'm delighted to be on tonight. But listen, I've been actually following part of the show. I listened to our own brother say that we should not politicize this matter. And he said he's now a unity party, he's now a CDC, not this. But he sounds like a surrogate for this government in terms of the way he. And again, you come on show of such, probably you go to people that don't understand the politics and you say that, and they will clap for you. And they clap for you. You know, just listen to it. Just concluded a statement that people want to take photo with leaders of a country. That is absolutely correct. But what he didn't take detail of, or what he had not been following, is that the consistency of what we are discussing here. And sometimes you see people discuss this from the blunt side of things on the basis of they're trying to find a legal room to go in defense of their political masters of the rest of that. This vice president uprightly denied that he knows this guy. And it's unfortunate that you say this. He uprightly denied knowing this guy. But this guy is going to his house, having intimate photo of he and his wife. This vice president said he don't know this guy at all. But there's communication that he recommended the guy to work with the lotteries. You see, sometimes we want to defend people. We have to be mindful to say, okay, we're not part of the people, we're not part of the people. We try to go from the backside, say, okay, they are somehow innocent, this and that. So, I mean, sometimes we take time as to how we want to do some defense of official of the government. When the Kush thing came about, we seen people. They were not only recklessly politicizing this, but they were giving mis and disinformation about the issue that was unfolding in the country. And that got the proclivity of it causing more problem amongst the young people and the political establishment of the country at the time. Now, realistic propaganda is necessary than people coming with malicious propaganda. And these are the kind of things people went on to do. Listen, my brother, no one wants to go to defame the interest of the country, because this is the only country we all got. So we should project the republic. But if there's this doubt set by the administration in terms of strategic communication, I'm a communication person. If you get lukewarm and knee-jerk communication information to the public, what you're going to lead them to speculate. You have a vice president that's linked to taking photo with someone, and he's the first. Listen, in profession, and they were after the vice president sleep. He has to learn moving forward. He is the vice president of the republic. You don't speak to issue definitively when you are not have all of the facts. I thought he would have allowed someone in his office to come and say, "Oh, the vice president don't know the man." Then later he can know the man. These can come to my house and take picture of my web and do this and do that and do this. So. And this is where now you embarrass surrogates and those that want to pretend to be outside. They are inside trying to defend, but pretend to say, "Oh no, I'm not part of the organization. I'm not part of the people." It will embarrass you in terms of public relations term. Because you come to say, yeah, the man, everybody can take picture of the B man, granted. But the man can go in the B man house, in your B man living room. Trust me, if you don't know me, you let me come in your room, in your house, or take picture of you and your wife, my brother. You never dare allow that to happen.
Or
So
even give you recommendation.
never, ever. So that's the point where he should have said, okay, allow some of his surrogates to go and say, okay, no, the chief, don't know the man. Then he can know. I met a guy before to my house. We took picture. That's the only kind of relationship between us. You do kind of a distant, you have the room, the legal room for plausible deniability and the rest of that. But again, with the kind of way the government is handling this situation, I have never, for me, I'll always come say, keep this like this, but the way they try to handle this, it will further move to some level of indictment on the government. And if this continue on the bitter, it's going to be a terrible public relation for the regime. They have to move to do something. They have to do it. If you don't do it, it's a problem. And I know they will do everything to protect those at the top of the level of the security apparatus and those in the system that are having some kind of a rapprochement with these guys. But the facts will come out. It's difficult to just bury the fact, Mr. Gaiman. So I just thought to say, my dear brother AB, sometimes it's difficult. We all want to take picture with celebrity. Trust me, we all want to do it. But it's just like one other time I was in Paris, saw Messi, other people going, we all rush to take photo with him. No one want to tell me say Messi myself, because you people know that we transit and we did that, right? We all rush to do that. So, but if you're gonna see me in Messi apartment in Miami, drinking wine with Messi, then I can say, then Messi go say, I know people. No, I think Messi is drunk. People think he's drunk, probably. People think he's drunk. He took some King juice. And the Nimakande sister-proof King juice, probably. So it's a difficult thing to wriggle around, my dear brother. Honestly, so sometimes we have to be strategic in terms of our communication tactics, and we have to be observant as to what is unfolding in the communication package. Because to unravel those things, there are technical things ahead in terms of, as the late Professor Joe Obama would say, if the communication is now rough, don't ratting it. I don't know how your own time he said that's why communication is a difficult thing to do. You don't blow the horn when there's not time to blow the horn. So you have to be very mindful. You don't do that. You don't do it. So they're putting you guys in a very tight space, my dear brother.
So I think I take a personal offense to you want to think I'm covering on somebody, and offense in a way where, like, I'm trying to say whatever your assertion is not true. You talk about professional. I am professional literate. I got my first degree was in professional with emphasis in public relations, so I understand that. Coming back to people who are stakeholders, taking pictures with people, I get what you're saying. You can make a selling point. Depending on what he took the picture, it raises question. I get that, right? Like Tumala just said, there are questions that need to be asked. We're not asking those questions, right? And it's true, and I agree with that, right? We as Liberians need to ask questions that need to be asked, right? Another thing I'm saying to you is that everybody cannot be the spokesman for the government. The NSA can say one thing, Chief doesn't say another thing. Maybe the press secretary say another thing, and then EPS. It can't be like that. Since it is a joint investigation, let there be one information dissemination channel. With that, you build confidence in that. And I also said, we come here and say, oh, the government not doing nothing. Then you want to ask at this point, who is the government? Because there are people that are saying things here and there. I think they have miscommunication issues to discuss that, right? But you say, oh, Joseph Boga not doing nothing. Joseph Boga is a head of the government, that's true, but then he got put in charge while doing certain things. You cannot come and prosecute me because I took a picture with, you know what I mean? Like, for example, Liberia has a security problem. They have a security problem. Any big official in that country doing any party, anybody could almost enter that fence and enjoy that party, even if they were not invited. I experienced it before, many times. So you cannot, and that would be in the man's house. You went to that for that party. If you took a picture with you, you cannot say, oh, because the man in his house. So these are all trends that need to be applied. When I'm saying, oh, we should not politicize it, I'm very serious. We should not politicize it because at the end of the day, we are the ones that suffer because we've gone through the politicization of all these things, and for 30, 40 years, we are still here. If this drug situation will be a start for us to do a scientific investigation that will get to the end and bring the perpetrator to justice, then let's start with this. We cannot always continue on the same path. And that's all I'm saying to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great argument, huh?
And that's how I for now.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Pee-wee.
Yeah, but let me say this to you. I know LeBron got some security problem, but to impute here that someone will enter the fence of the president or the vice president and you are not invited, that's not true. The security, we may have some problem with the security, not in that way. I would vehemently challenge that is not true. To enter the vice president fence, you need to be someone that do have access pass, or you are a close family member because to enter the vice president fence or so, you need to fill in something that they do not know who's coming in.
You have to be vetted, Sylvester.
So tell me that someone with that pass through my brother knows. He's still trying to fix something here.
No, stop. No,
I wouldn't agree to that.
Sir, I'm giving
vice president fence.
I'm giving you
enter the vice president fence. That's not a fact. No. Are you
aware?
No.
Are you aware that almost all the security
all our lifetime?
Okay. Are you aware that almost all the security that is sent to this VIP, when these VIPs are inside having a meeting, whatever, they got liquor bottle drinking, while the man waiting for them outside? Are you aware of that?
I don't know about that.
It happens, yes.
I've seen that. I haven't seen any security man.
Yes.
Particularly, I'm talking about the two major VIP of the Republic, the president and the vice president. Most of these guys are even they are under surveillance and they
more than that, Sylvester. The meetings, the photos we saw, they were not partying. You're talking about intimate, some of them office settings, some of them home settings.
Exactly. But even the party, I want to dismiss the party side.
No.
You enter that thing, your name is not in there.
But the issue here is, as a VIP, regardless whether as a VIP in Liberia you're celebrated, let's assume, you'll take pictures with people, but for somebody to go to your house and take those kind of pictures with you, and then you claim you don't know them, I mean, I beg to differ.
Why you slip?
I beg to differ because the first and foremost, you are a VIP. You have to be very careful who your friends are. So for somebody to just come into your living room, take picture with you, and then your family member alluded to the fact that this person is close around us all of the time, then people want us to twist it around. Look, let us be real here. There are legitimate questions that we are asking, and the government needs to answer those questions.
Sure.
For example, Timothy Georgia made a startling revelation here. The president's son and an NSA officer went to Europe. For what reason? The president's son traveling. Then he travels with an NSA officer.
When they did that, they're hearing that. When they did that, is it alleged or is it documented they went there?
I think it is alleged. Tomlin just made that revelation. So if that is the case, don't you think the public have the right to know?
100%.
Excuse me,
why the president's son would travel with an NSA officer? Wow.
We got somebody calling from Liberia. Your name
is the officer and I assigned to him.
I don't know whether the officer NSA officer cannot be assigned to the president.
We have somebody on the line. We got somebody's on the line. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Daniel Gideon Kabla, calling from Sanai Town, Lower Bon County, Liberia.
Go ahead.
We're making a whole lot of mistakes tonight on the show.
Okay.
I think people that Tomlin knows me very well. I can remember in the past, a guy walked in the former President Yard, President George Weah Yard. Nobody know how he entered that yard. Even the president was angry why they allowed such a human being to enter a yard. And we all know the story how they.
That was an isolated case. That was a madman. That was an isolated case.
I don't think people would want somebody about the picture. The former president was arrested with Mr. Benjamin in the great United States, and he was a drug dealer. So we just conclude with it because he was selling drugs, and the president was arrested with him. So we conclude that drug is a drug dealer too. Is that what we're telling the people tonight on the show? Long command this government, at least we see people handcuffed and they put them in jail and waiting for full trial. But in the past, it was not happening. They arrested so many drugs in the country and the person trying to walk away free.
I beg you, yeah.
Dangerous thing.
Government, what government? All right.
In our country. So let's be honest and tell our people. First of all, tell the security, thank you. They are on top of their game.
No, man, look, we're not interested in race to the bottom. You know, that's called that. I discount everything you just
How about you give him that chance to finish talking?
No, but what are you talking about? Because I was wrong yesterday, so now my lie today.
Yeah, we should allow it to happen.
That's nonsense.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's not my point I'm making. No, that's not what I'm saying. My point here is we should commend those people that are in the security parameters that they are doing well.
For withholding information from the public?
For the drugs cartel, is not easy. Even the great United States, there are challenges. You know that, especially in full world like we
All our quantity of drugs in the country and they're doing well.
My man, when you are filing,
no, but I fell to the man. Let the man end his statement.
Jerome, I don't think the panel they are doing what with the gentleman. I think people got to, they ought to be on mute if you are not talking.
Yeah.
If they were not arresting the drugs, you are not going to discuss anything about drugs. So let's get them the benefit of the doubt that they are doing well. If it was in the past, you are not even going to discuss the drugs. You know that.
Okay.
They arrested people with drugs with huge amount of money. They allowed them to walk away free. And remember, this cartel is not there today. This cartel have been existing that like today business. We are talking about all an issue that God have made that we get into know about it, that we can be proud. My only problem, and I give kudos to people discussing the issue, but if you go on the other side, they talk that they don't want to court. They will get come up calling people, the other person is no evidence. So we need to be careful how we accuse people. So many people have taken picture with people, it's not mean that they're part of what they're doing. And one good thing I like is the president, it can be whosoever, when you report in the judgment, you will be arrested and prosecuted under the law of this country. Certainly.
Thank you.
So that's not my point. I just wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep listening, keep talking.
Let me just put this clarity quick.
Yes. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Olin Cooper. I'm calling from Pennsylvania,
Philadelphia. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just called to disabuse the assertion made by one of your panelists, Abraham, that security details with VIPs are just open. I worked 6 years with former President George Weah. I know that security details are not just open. You have the protocol, then you have the EPS. If you are not to be there, protocol will tell the EPS that this person, they send a listing. And it's the same thing. The same protocol people still working with President Booker. So you can't just make that kind of assertion that these places are open, that people can just bash in anytime. That's not true. Even though we have problems with our security forces, in some of the things that they do, but we can't make that kind of assertion to the public as though our Liberian security can just open up. And then the next thing he said, they drink alcohol. That's wrong. That's wrong. People don't drink on duty. If you are caught, you are punished. Do you understand? If you are caught, you are punished. The next thing is that when you take photo with the president, taking a photo, I was responsible for the audio visual of President George Weah. You understand? And these are things we frown on even during our time. That when photos are taken with the president, it's released, it has to pass through, the security clearance. It has to be officially stamped. That is official. It comes from the presidency. In the United States, the people don't just release the photos. No. You don't even take your phone there. So when you see people taking their phone, that's a breach. That's a breach. And these are people who are very, very, very close to to certain people, allow them to do those things. Apparently, just regarding security. So there are so many things he needs to learn when you on this kind of show so that the Liberian people can get you. They understand you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
So Dominic. Sylvester, go ahead. Go ahead, Sylvester. Sorry.
Yes, Sylvester, go ahead real quick.
Quickly, the caller I just called from Liberia or whatsoever. Let me say to him that we're not saying if you took photo with someone you're guilty. The inability of the system of those top government officials to clarify to the Liberian people. If you left doubt in the mind of the people will speculate. That's it. And I understand he's already moved about this administration. We are not against the administration. But what we're trying to say here is that this administration that bastardized the past regime on nothingness. And today, things that they even criticize the past regime for, they are going to do more than that. And they're leaving more doubt in the mind of the people. That's what we're saying here. So for him to come and say what he just said, in a half big way, I thought it was unfair to us as to how we tried to do analysis. That we are not saying that the value of you taking the photo is that you're guilty. No. The vice president first can say, don't know this man. Later on, things started to unfold this way. That's the only thing we're trying to say here. That's it, my brother.
Your name and where you calling from?
This is Joseph calling from New York.
Go ahead.
Yeah, enter the platform. I know my young brother there. I don't know what his name is, Abraham. Look, man, look. We are all level-headed. We're not crazy, man. The thing you're talking about with isolated question, how will you go in such a place and taking picture with the vice president? Then you see you trying to take somebody in, just smuggle in the place. But the man went there and took picture with the man and his wife. How you reconcile that? Come on, man. Look, and these people are not serious. My people, you all saw. You're talking about investigation. We need to be talking about how they call it independent investigator to come over there to investigate the case. Because our securities are compromised. You're saying it's not hearing. Those are in the hurricane. So everything that's happening, nobody can be touched. But they come on, man, to go from there, disrupt them, disgrace them in any other way. Look at the low ball or bucket roll, what they did to the low ball. You sat out here and then you're thinking about no guys, you think they're ready? The guys are not serious. They're not serious to help the nation. You're talking about investigation. Okay, let's go down the list. The Yellow Machine investigation. The number they're calling. Have you seen the number being displayed that these are the amount of Yellow Machine we got? What's about the how they call it, training how they call it? Some scholarship form that they talk about. Was there any investigation? Did the teacher get their benefit or got their money back? With all the good deeds that been happening over there, you talking about investigation. You guys need to stop this, man. When we talking, let's talk because this thing affects the nation. It's our children that are dying. Just quite recently, about 2 persons that I know children die for drugs in Nigeria. But then you want to make politics out of it to say, oh yeah, the president is not ready. If he's ready, let call for private investigator to be able to investigate. Because we don't trust these guys that are there. They are all being compromised. They are all here in the cookie jar. So they are not the one to be investigating one another. It will just be a joke. But thank you all. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Wow.
The line is hot.
Well. I mean, let me just say this. Mr. Gibbon, then I'll get up. Why haven't the vice president had a press conference to talk about this issue? Why haven't he come up to talk about it? Other people just going, oh, he didn't know them. He didn't know the person. He didn't know them. Why have he not come up and in the strongest term to condemn this and talk about it? But where you have several pictures with one person on it, the vice president, this guy, and several other photos, there is some smoke there. There's some kind of smoke over there. So I don't know. But this investigation seems to be going nowhere. Unfortunately, where you have the alleged report of the president's son, and all of that is very scary. I mean, I think I want people to be as careful as they can, because that's the president's son. But equally so, if he's involved, if there's a fact there, not just coming and blanketly accusing him, but if there's fact, then they need to bring the fact up. But the way the investigation is going, it's very scary. Nothing will come out of it. Like one of the callers said, how can the cookie jar owner be investigating itself? It's just almost impossible to have free and fair investigation. So they need to bring maybe an independent investigator and to take watch. That's how they brought in people when they were claiming around here that people from the Kofa buying the Capitol building. They were quick to bring people from Minnesota to investigate the fire and to draw all kind of line and this and that and give finding of what happened. They can do the same thing. They can ask the international partner, who they always ask. They can ask the international partner to come and help them with this investigation. They did it before. It's nothing new. They did it with Capitol building. They brought experts. They did it with other things. So why this now? They cannot ask the international community, because when the Capitol building got burned, they were the first. We asked our international community. Gary Cuomo brought all his friends from Minnesota Fire Department who attended Baka inauguration, all of that. They were all in Liberia to do investigation with the tools. They spent a lot of thousands of dollars. So let's do it now. Ask your international partner, because all we depend on is the international partner. That asks them now to come in and help us with the investigation, because it's been proven that with the government involved, there cannot be a free and fair investigation.
Well, I just wanted to show this picture. That's me and President Ellis Johnson Sirleaf. For me to have met with her at the foreign ministry, I had to go through hoops. When I got over there, they took everything away from me. Not even my phone would go up before I got onto the elevator. And I'm going to show you another photo. This is me and President Biden. Listen, it is not easy to come close to these folks. Just recently, I was in Liberia, and for me to enter the U.S. Embassy, I have to get clearance from the State Department. For me to enter, I mean, I'm not talking about the gate, but to enter the compound itself. So it is not easy to, unless like people say, maybe because I'm not into the Liberian politics on the ground, but to go to the vice president's residence, you are vetted. I mean, I'm talking about some serious vetting, and whether it's in Africa or anywhere, they will vet you. And if you cross that security line into the vice president's office, you got to know why you want somebody who is very confidential. And Honorable Pee Wee is an expert in the Liberian politics, so that diplomacy, I will lead that with him. But I don't want people to say, well, that's America, we don't do that in America. But yes, you do the same thing. Pee Wee, go ahead.
No, Jerome, quickly. I met with this current president. I'm not even talking about former. This current president. I met him at his house. All of us who met the president, our phones were taken away.
Oh, yeah.
My phone was taken away. This president, this current president. So, for these people meeting with these people, the kind of compromising, arrangement you see around them, holding their phone. Do you know how powerful this cell phone is that we have today? All kinds of recording, all kinds of, and we're talking about serious matter here. This, you're telling not to politicize it. You're the one who's politicizing this whole thing. We're talking about the security of our country. The people right now who are running this country, either they don't know what they're doing, or they're knowingly selling us down the river, and you don't want us to talk about it. I am a Liberian. I met with this current president. My phone was taken away. How is it that other people whose Liberian citizenship is even questionable are meeting with this president with their phone in hand, meeting with the foreign minister with phone in hand, meeting with the vice president with phone in hand, meeting with the leaders in the legislature with phone in hands, and you don't want us to talk about it? You're telling us that this president is doing well. We should praise him. Praise him on what? I asked you that question from the beginning of the show. You haven't told me. You haven't told me how this president is leading on this drug matter, especially. I haven't heard that from you. But Senator Cyrus, let's go ahead.
Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Bill Nangwe. I'm calling from Solar Broken Park.
Go ahead.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, I want to commend you guys on the closing argument for the good way you're doing. For the drug issue in our country, we all got to add our voice. Yesterday, I saw a video, I don't know how authentic it is, where some Colombian guys were threatening Jojo, the president's son. I saw that clip on the Spoon Talk. Now, the drug issue, if the president's son name can come into the picture, it's some kind of complicated. And honestly, we all have to talk about it. If the cartel get hold of our country, it will complicate things for all of us. Not only for the government or the government officials. It will complicate things for all of us because most of us in the diaspora, we have our food stuff coming from that area. So the cartel sees it as an opportunity to see they can ship drug over there and use all of those packages that are coming from Liberia to send drug over international. So we all need to talk, and we need to put pressure on the executive to complain. So this story should not go away. I'm calling on closing argument to keep carrying the story. That's the same thing they're doing on Spoon. We all should keep carrying the story until the government can get to the bottom of the issue. Our country is too small to be classified a narco state. So it should concern all of us. Okay? I'm not too sure whether Jojo Waka is connected to the group, but in that video, they said they will get at him. And they should free their guys that the government holding. And they also demanded $2 million that they give to Jojo Waka and his father. I don't know how authentic that video is, but it's something that we also on the social media. Well, you Liberians sitting down on our platform, you're doing a good job, but we should not let this story go away.
Thank you.
Put pressure on the government to do something.
Thank you.
Jerome, can I close the lead for the night?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I got somebody. Go ahead,
Thank you, Dad. I know I keep bugging you guys today, but man, this is Abraham again, calling from New Jersey. You know, when you get a national issue like that, and then you can't help, especially when you're listening to you guys, people like you guys on the kind of platform, and there are diverse views, it's always good to erect the proper checkpoint and bring to the attention of people that feel entitled to certain things. You know, I keep hearing from the Unity Party corner and other people that, don't politicize this issue. But please tell me, the only political party that issued an official statement on the drug issue was the Unity Party, and they literally tried to incriminate Nathaniel McGay. I bet you all the people that are on the platform are supporting the rescue mission. None of them ever issued even a Facebook condemnation for that particular press statement. Neither was that press statement or correction or apology ever issued extended to Nathaniel McGay. But here they come here to tell you every time they lecture you, don't politicize this issue. This is double standard and hypocrisy. They need to stop it. This is a national calamity that have come the country's way. And this question about, let's let them politicize it, let leader the paper, the beef in the paper. Until the paper can speak to the nation, he's doing nothing. Today, everybody, they got people of interest, but none of the people are being arraigned in court, except for how to call it, the King brother.
He's in the building that it just got removed from to the airport. That place, it was only a few days ago when the justice minister declared that place as a crime scene. And then you come here and continue to lecture people that are talking about people working. Look, guys, when anything break out in our country, everyone, like my 90-some years old mother is in our place. All right? She's going to be a burden. She's going to be a worry. And I got families over there. For somebody to come here and then continue to lecture her is appalling. And lastly, don't forget, Senator Amara Conant stated on the School Network yesterday that his security informed me that two drones were they saw the photograph 2 drones flying over his home. And nowadays, for the contemporary warfare, people use drones to even blast people's homes. And you come sit there and lecture people. I have some people writing about, they posted 24 hours when they come in. You don't wish for those kind of things. The appropriate thing needs to be done and done expeditiously so that people will be arraigned. Then they know you're serious. We don't care about you burning drugs right now. What we care about the perpetrators. And again, I stated earlier on, guys, the Colombians, they have not even told you, the nation, how the people enter your country. In the United States here, when hijackers happened here, the hijacking in 9/11, they immediately told you where the people came from and how they entered this country. So was the case with the Afghan guy that was the interpreter for the U.S. troop in Afghanistan. When he fired at the place that they told you how he got in the United States here. But the government is refusing to tell, to tell the nation all of those things. And yesterday they got people lecturing in this place.
Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
USA. So I'm following you guys very closely, and it's a very beautiful topic. My only contribution is the more I listen to Liberians from past to current, the most thing I get to deduce from our conversation is we are very passionate people about our country, regardless of where we find ourselves, whether we're in the country, we are in the diaspora. But my continuous call for Liberian is for us Liberians to continuously put country first, because when you watch and see how Liberians did the messages with their party lineage, that would mean for those who are aligned with the Unity Party today, they will always defend the wrong of the Unity Party today. The same was done for the CDC. When the CDC was there, when you see something clearly wrong, you say, hey, this was wrong. This, hypothetically, this $100 million drug case was the minimal case that the country should have passed on and gotten something out of it. They will email or post your view, and they know very well when you say it's factual. The Unity Party people, they are doing similarly today. You will see something definitely wrong, and you say, hey, why the government, hypothetically, very senator about the projects in local county, their project. They don't want to hear that because they are benefiting from the government. So I think Liberians, the more we drift toward ideology of the whoever present themselves for the next election, 2029, the better we'll be. We should always put country first. I understand you have in your party, but if you continue to be a band loyalist, the party, every administration that gets there, you will have the same result. When they are there, they will be very, 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 very much blindfolded, and they will be blind to the reality of the party and the government. And when the government leaves, they want to be all tough on the next government. We saw in CDC and we have today. That's my contribution. I appreciate you guys. Very beautiful show. Only my final advice would be kindly be courteous toward your guests. Please try to not chuckle when people are speaking, because everybody does fluently. I appreciate that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Gamer, let me close.
Well, I hope you're quiet. Hold on, you're talking.
Mr. Gamer, let me close.
Yeah. 1 minute. Let me take the last call because he's been on the line for too long. Yeah, guys. You can take the call. Your name and where you calling from? Yeah, your name and where you calling from? Yes, go ahead.
My name is Sai. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like what the previous caller just said, I'm talking about one from New Jersey, 80. Nationalistic. I was forced to call because your guest on the show there is like making this thing like a partisan thing. In my 51 years on earth, I don't recall me any kind of contribution to that company like that. The unfortunate situation is that
his party, I must declare this party to be his party, is the unfortunate one that at this time in leadership, we kind of drop in the country. And we all take it nationalistically that this is about Liberia, it's not about party anymore, it's not about the Unity Party, but the CDC. It is about Liberia. A drug cartel, you come into your country, you spend millions of dollars opportunity you get, your lives are all involved in it. You're not going to let it go free. Okay? As a veteran here today, there's nothing come out of here. Something will come out of it for these guys for these drug things. Nobody brought them in the country. He can say that I should have something that drug just in there, or any era they involved, and people just one day and do it, you know, by themselves, everybody else. Let's be fair to our once, man. I feel like it's a shame on him. As a young man, people want to justify. That's sad. You got to critique the national state, national issues. This drug is not about the party. For Liberia, for God's sake. It's a shame. That's a sad thing for all. But you man, that's what it is. Because the country in the country. Is it just in where it keep that? Wow, like I'm so sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, let's
let me close.
Somebody got it. I'm gonna let everybody mute so we can go one at a time. Citron go after Citron, then we'll go to Mr. Gayu. After Gayu, then we'll go to Toure. First in, first out.
Yeah, thank you. I think you have some echo in your background. Let me just say this. Look, our government needs to be transparent in the investigation of all of the drugs that have been discovered in Liberia within the past few months. I will continue to go back. When Rondesia came up with that classified story regarding the recommendations to the president that warning that the country was gradually sliding to become a narco state, there was a quick reaction from the executive mansion. A purported group of Colombians, they had a press conference. They threatened the son of the president, as people said, and they made all kinds of startling revelations. To date, there has not been a single reaction from the government, whether that video was fake or it is real. Nothing has been heard. When EPS director made a statement, a security source provided some clarity to Timothy George. I want people to understand what is happening here. A group of terrorists, narcotics specialists, gangsters had a press conference brandishing weapons, made startling revelations against the sitting president's son and say other stuff. The government is yet to react to that story, whether it is true or it is not true. So all of these things, it creates room for speculation, and it creates an atmosphere of distrust in the government ability to investigate this proliferation of drugs in Liberia. We have to be very careful here. This government needs to be transparent. The government needs to tell us exactly what is happening. The Liberian people needs to know. The Liberian people know that deserve better. The Liberian people deserve to be safe. The country Liberia deserves to be drug free. I submit. Thank you.
Let me go to Mr. Gayu. Thank you very much. You've been here long enough.
Gayu, go on.
Oh, give. Okay, let me go to Toure.
Yeah, so I want to say thanks to. Can you please mute your phone, sir? I think I'm in the echo somebody. Yeah, I want to say thanks to the callers and everybody, the viewers, with those that are commenting and even my respective, panelists tonight on the show. I think this is the kind of dialogue that is needful, that is called for, where we all can come here and say our points and stuff like that. But I want to be very, very clear. I'm not here to endorse anything good. I mean, anything bad that any apparent bad that the government is doing. I'm not in that. I don't get paid for that. I'm not a PR for the government. I think Mr. Fofana get paid much more for that. I'm one person who thinks that if there is a wrong, it should be called out. A lot of you guys seen it from the point where because when this whole conversation that started with what did Joseph Boakai doing? He's not saying nothing. And that was where I came from, like, you know what? We can't rush the investigation. Let's take time. I was not into the picture thing, to be honest. I have limited ideas on the picture's content. I don't know who to take picture with or whatever it is. So I have limited idea on the picture with the vice president, the compromising picture, so on and so forth. So I was not even here to defend pictures. I initially said, just because the president is not talking as you want him to talk, there are investigations that are going on ongoing, and he has entrusted people in that area to do the investigation. So let's give attention to the investigation. That was my point. Now, but like I said earlier, I respect the fact that we can all come here, agree and disagree. I'm a strong proponent of the fact that Liberia has to change. The same blaming party we did last year, last administration, the administration before, we cannot continue on the same path. There has to come a time where we will say, you know what, this is wrong, and let's call it out. Not because because a lot of people are saying, oh, 2060 time. I'm not comparing apple oranges or apple and apple here. I'm saying, okay, we've done it for a long time. We are at this place now. This is what we need to get. So I'm not a sell-out young man who thinks that, oh yeah, I'm in a good books with the party, or I'm in a bad books with. I'm not that. So if you don't take anything away from me tonight, all I'm asking for tonight is that if we want Liberia to go forward, we cannot keep doing business as usual. If this situation will be the situation that we'll start and do scientific investigation and follow the drugs, hopefully follow the money, and so on and so forth, and then we'll get to the end of it, then let it be the start. But it's got to the time where it has gotten to the point that we should stop. Oh, because you see the party, man, you hiding behind something. I got no reason to hide behind anybody here. I ain't come and say, oh, I'm your party man, citizen man. I don't care, right? But my point, and even on my talk shows, I'll interview people who are opposed to the party. I have not even interviewed one unit party guy on my talk show before, ever. So for someone to come in and say with less information, I think that Toure is here supporting the party government is very laughable, and they have little to no information to who Toure is, and I respect that. But I really appreciate the conversation. I respect every one of your opinion. I think we all should not and cannot see things the same way. And even what you said, if it's something that I like, I didn't like, I still respect your opinion, because why? That's the dialogue our older brothers and sisters and leaders never had back in the days. That's what it brought war. But the fact we can sit here and dialogue like this and disagree and agree, I think it's a great win for Liberia. And I think we as Liberians should engage in more conversation like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gay. Oh, Gay is back. Okay, Gay, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Are you here? Are you okay? Okay. All right. So I want to take this time to extend, appreciation to every one of you, to my new home, my new family. To appreciate every one of you for the work you started. I think you are doing very wonderful. To Timberlane, to Dr. Peabody, Mr. Gaben, my uncle, and to the rest of the team. I appreciate you guys so much, for this opportunity. And, it is good for us to have these disagreements, to share, for what is unfolding in our country. But let me take this time to firstly extend my, deepest sympathy to the vision bearer of the National Independent Movement for Boakai, the Deputy Speaker of the House, who just lost his brother about 3 days ago. We have Muni Animo, So please keep Nemo in your prayers, as well as this coming Saturday, we'll be burying one of our daughters here in Pennsylvania, a 22-year-old, Henrietta, who passed on the 5th of July in the tragic motor accident in New Jersey. So please remember the family in your prayers. But I think tonight have been very rewarding. I'm blessed to be part of this conversation, this dialogue.
Real quick. Who the deputy speaker? You didn't call the name.
Honorable Thomas Pangat Fala. He just lost his brother.
Sad. Sorry.
You hear me?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Honorable Fala lost his brother about a few days ago. Yes. Yeah. So and then I also want to take this time to extend Happy Independence Day to everybody. We had a wonderful time in Philadelphia, and that brought huge numbers of Liberians together. That keep that spirit of unity, as we continue to rebuild our country. The issues of drugs, as we continue to discuss, nobody is going to defend anybody that is doing the wrong thing. It is incumbent upon every one of us Liberians to speak out. I was in Liberia, and in fact, in 2018, I participated in a situational analysis on the drug issue in our country, and we provided solutions to the CDC government, and that was ignored. We are not going to do this to this government. We're going to assist with all the expertise that we have to making sure that Liberia is safe, from drugs issue in our country, especially among the young people. So as we have begun the process, to speak out against the drug issue in our country, I commend you so hard, my colleagues, and let us continue the dialogue. God bless every one of you tonight. As we leave the show, let's keep in touch. Let's continue to discuss issues that are very important to our nation and to our listening audience. So I thank you tonight and good night.
Thank you very much.
I gotta go. Can I close?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone for the discussion tonight, and also I want to express my sympathy to you, Mr. Daniel Gahu, to your family.
Gayu.
Mr. Daniel Gayu, sorry for my mispronunciation. I want to express my sympathy to you and also to the political leader, the deputy speaker, for the loss of his brother. When it comes to our body politics, all of us here have to be honest. We have to be honest because at the end of the day, everything that we all want is to see our country out there on the good footing, at least at a position on the world stage. Yesterday, we celebrated 179 years of being independent. Are we really independent? That is another discussion for another day. Where are we on the world stage? As far as I know, we still struggling. So, we all have to be honest here. We all have to be honest when it comes to this drug discussion. We all have to be honest when it comes to the governance of our country. Okay, we all have to be honest. I hear my brother Daniel said he gave advice to the CDC government was ignored. But a political leader was in our government, my brother. So we'll leave it for another discussion, another day. That same advice, I will advise you to give it to the United Party government because they need it. Whatever advice you gave to the CDC government, according to you, that was ignored, please give it to the United Party government because they need it. Our country is infested with drugs. And as far as we see, this government is crawling to investigate these drugs occasion. You cannot come on here and tell us the government is doing well when they allow tons of drugs to come in our country. They should have stopped it at the ports. Our borders are all porous. They are all open up. We don't have security at our borders. It's open. People can bring drugs over there at any time. Drug cartels can come in and go out. And it's even worse if you are connected or you have somebody who is high up in the government. It just make it easy for them. So we are asking the government, we are not going to leave this story until they can provide us clarity on these investigations. The $19.2 million drugs, the $370 million drug, all combined. You tell us who brought the drugs into the country, why it was not stopped at the ports, why it was allowed to come in our country and store in warehouses or store in maybe allegedly in the VP's house, because that's one of the places we heard it was stored. Y'all gave us clarity. The Liberia Port deserve to know. And the video is passing around that these guys are coming for our president's son, and maybe by extension the Liberian people. We don't know. Y'all come out and tell the EPS guy has already confirmed it. So y'all come out and tell if our people are safe, President Bouaka. This is a man's job now. You have it. Save the state, save the nation. Tell us, get these drugs out of our country. Yesterday was July 26th and falls on Sunday. And my prayer on that Sunday was for God to free our country of drugs. That was my prayer. If anybody followed my video, I did. I said it. My prayer is for God to free our countries out of drugs, because at the end of the day, it affects our youth. It affects everybody. It ain't got no face. It can affect anybody. If our country is infested with drugs, there will be violence. There will be armed robbers. You name it. So thank you guys for the show, and we'll continue to pounce on them until we can get clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great show. So I'm hearing myself in the but let me welcome Mr. Ture and Mr. Gayu on set. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great show. I just wanted to quickly correct Mr. Corner Abraham, our regular caller. He said the only party that has issued a statement on this drug issue has been the United Party. That is true. The United Party has, but the CMC must have issued at least 3 statements now on this drug issue. And I just wanted the record to show that we are also calling on the government to be transparent, and we're calling the president to lead on this matter. In the same vein, I'd like to congratulate the CMC today. Great show at the Stephen Tolbert Estate, rolling out our new members by the auxiliary. So great show. Quickly, look, I understand my brother's argument that the government needs to take time. We all agree the government needs to take time and investigate this matter and do it meticulously. But we just think there is not accountability on the part of this government. There is no transparency. The government is responsible to us. It is a responsibility. It's a constitutional responsibility to keep us informed on the safety of the country, what is happening. They need to tell us, brief us, tell us what is happening. For instance, this asset that was seized in Rossville, I mean, that is a clear open and close, in my opinion, case. There is a container, drugs were found in the container has an owner. Who owns this container? How did the drugs get there? I don't think that is so secretive to the point where we still don't know. And I still maintain that I think the president has a constitutional, statutory responsibility to tell us and brief us on what they are doing to investigate this issue. Ever since the issue broke, I think since the May 22nd, I think this is the third, when you include the May 22nd, this is the third bust, that has happened. We don't have any information on any of this. Names are being called. The president's son's name has been mentioned several times. The vice president has been mentioned several times. The police director has been mentioned, and now a deputy police director has been dismissed. We don't know the status of this, so I think we deserve a certain amount of transparency that we're not getting from this government, and that's why we will not be quiet until they do so. We will repeat. The president has not led on this matter, and he needs to get up and lead. He asked for this job. We're not begging him to do it. This is a job he campaigned for. He begged for this job for several years. Now he has the job. He should do the job. Thank you very much, man. Great show. I hope to be back again tomorrow. Sympathies to my brother Gayu for the losses. The Vision Bearers brother and the young partisan in Jersey. Sympathies.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a good thing to always at least recognize what is unfolding in the country, and we should speak to these things. It's the extent of the democracy, and part of the reason why the democratization is ongoing is for us to disagree to agree in a kind of a way that can allow us to continue the discourse, right? But one thing I would say, Peabody and I had a brief conversation, and someone, also my brother, called me from Liberia. I'm having some issue with this video that's circulating about $2 million. I think that's a purported video. Personally, that's my thought process about it. I think that video is not. It may have been some manipulation behind that video to come say, "Oh, Jojo will do this." So that is a propaganda, and the same thing I will hit on other people when it to happen. And I will be very clear here to state that I've been hearing about that video. I think that is straightforward propaganda. I don't think there's anything factual behind that video. I think it is fabricated, and it's based on those that would do this. They will not come out that way and say and see the guys in a way that their faces are somehow defaced. They are not recognizable. And so when we clearly state that it's the making of something, that is in no way, I'm not saying that whatsoever is unfolding is not true or what's not, but that is something. So if anyone want to link Jojo to this thing, you have to come with hard evidence. That alone is not sufficient to link the son of the former the president in some manner. I thought that that cannot be the instrument we use to validate anything that he's linked to it on a serious note. That's my personal feeling. And the first day I saw it, I already this. I didn't even want to go beyond that line to push the investigation. But beyond that, I think someone stated the issue about I think the first day this thing, the judge got busted. I was one of those that even commended. And I think we had some disagreement here with certain folks saying, I commended the government for busting this thing, to be very frank. And the fact that the government would arrest people, and even if they got intended to arrest people and then took them out, and this arrest was not done surreptitiously. It was done on live camera, where folks from LBS went live, and a lot of other social media institutions went live. So yes, that means the government's waiting to move and disclose what is happening to that. But my point of things now is that the government have to go a step beyond that line to begin to vigorously conduct the investigation and come up with findings of the investigation. The fact that hierarchy of the Liberian National Police, some hierarchy rather of the Liberian National Police are said to have been linked to this thing, it is probable that we encourage the presidency to be more intense and intentional about this in terms of pushing the national security to go more deeper into these things and tell us who is and how did the drugs get into the country. Now, a lot of intelligence coming out from a lot of areas indicate that the drugs may have come through the seaport, where we don't know. So we want to really, because it didn't come via flag to Liberia, no, that have been ruled out. It came to I don't know, kind of sea transportation, but we want to know how did it come and how it was conveyed. So this should be, and one of the things is that the weakness of the security and the vulnerability of the security sector is one also. Even if you are to take in continuum to the port of Monrovia, leave the three other ports, Buchanan, Harper, and Greenville. Focus on the port of Monrovia. The concentration there, the traffic is high. The frequency of the traffic is very high there. But the problem there is that the government will have to change the phase now of these things. They are not really doing. There's the custom examiner, those that are in the assessment and the examiners are not having the requisite tools to do proper examination. If you are to get your continuum, so given get continuum going to where Tinker Village, boom, the guy one officer that goes make sure, okay, what's in all anything? I got 10 television, I got 2 Wrangler Jeep, I got 150 pickup, I got 4 mattresses. They see all the time. They don't want to know what is in those mattresses. There's nothing to assess those things. It's difficult. So sometimes things may just enter that way. Maybe those drugs are just placed on a continuum from Colombia straight into Liberia, right? And they say, okay, this continuum is going to Liberia and the rest of that. So I think we need to try to buckle up some level of the assessment mechanism we have in terms of assessing and the evaluation of these things before they are conveyed to their final destination to get it off the Sunday. But more than that, Mr. Gaiman, I thought there was a wonderful celebration in Grand Bassa County. Listening today to the superintendent, I thought the Bassa people they did an extraordinary job in terms of commemorating our 179 independence celebration, and the superintendent himself was more or less very proactive, and he seems to be one of the superintendent that's being the show in the country. Yeah, and I listened to his introductory comments today. His welcome comments today. I thought he was intellectually to the point, and he did some very good job. Let me commend the citizenry of the country for celebrating this day. I think it was a wonderful and memorable occasion that we all going to move along. So thank you and have a very wonderful night. And my dear brother Ibi, welcome and good to see you tonight. Thank you.
Dr. Peabody.
Good show, guys. Good to see everybody. Look, the issue with drugs in Liberia, the government like Sylvester said, the government need to be more proactive in the investigation. They need to come up and have a press conference, call our names who are involved. Also, people need to be, we need to be a little careful, how we link people. Unfortunately, the Unity Party started linking McGill, had his picture that the people were arrested near McGill house. That was bad. That was very bad. Because when it comes to drugs, it's not a joke around the word. The entire word is serious. So they went ahead. Some even took picture of President Weah standing with somebody at the new CDC headquarters, and they started placing things. The Unity Party said they're very good at propaganda. So now they have the president's son linked to this. They gotta be careful, because I don't know how true is it. It could be true, it could be a lie. But as the president's son, you have a lot of influence. You meet a lot of people. People introduce a lot of people. And Jojo been rolling. I ain't got no problem with that. He's the first son of Liberia. He's been rolling like crazy. But I hope it's not true, And I hope the Liberian people will find out. We'll get to the bottom. Apparently, the government is unable to actually proceed with this case or to investigate it. This is a very big case for them, and they don't have the resources to do it. So I think it's about time that we keep asking our international partner to because we know America will support, and when it comes to drugs, they will give every support they need to fight drugs in that country. So it's time that we reach out to our international partner. They can help you. Paula White was here in Liberia. She's the advisor to President Trump, as rigid as she is, but she can also help Liberia, get a lot of things done. They can talk to her. I'm sure the MSA there is willing to send experts to help investigate. DEA from America to help investigate. Sam Gay has contact. He could talk to some of the people and see how America could help. But this thing is taking over our country. You don't know how many areas they have with these drugs. That's just the one they caught already. Maybe they're gonna find somewhere else and protect the other part of Liberia. I believe that there's still a lot of drugs in Liberia, different places, different location, So it's going too long now, and it's dragging this thing. The government need to do something. So I hope the government do something. But guys, look, it was a great show. Abraham, good to see you. I like the diversities of comments. Everybody come with their own thing, disagree to agree, and that's why we are here on the closing argument. But great show, guys. Happy 26. I had enough. I need to go to bed. I'm tired from the 26.
Thank you.
Well, guys, listen. We have
1 minute, everybody. Were you in Philly yesterday?
I was in Philly. I was in New Jersey.
Wait, a few seconds. I saw something like some two or three Vigo coming. Is that video? Is that AR or real?
I don't know. When I was there, I didn't see no police there.
Yes, a lot of police people asking everybody to leave.
Yeah, but the people stayed. The people didn't want to leave around 12 a.m. They were packed more than 12 a.m. The field was still packed.
Oh yeah, they got
The police had to come let them go. They didn't want to leave. The people were packed. They had the controversial rich man was performing. Rich man was performing.
the law in this country is 10 p.m.
Yeah, they didn't leave. Even when the police came to them leave, they circled the field and were there. You know, like bro, man, got here, they beer and thing, and they drinking and they lecture and they want to go.
Jesus. Somebody take before you close. Let me thank Mr. Toure, please. Be regular. Let's continue the discussion. Daniel, the same thing with the love, the diversity. Look, we've been here for 5 hours. That tells you the passion that we all have for our country. It's a good thing. Thank you and welcome. Tommy, take it home.
Yeah. Guys, you have to mute because I hear myself. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Gilman, for the show. Somebody says not muted. But anyway, thank you for the show. And Daniel and Toure, it was good to have you guys. And people are, I think the reception is good. People saying love it. I love it that people know that we're not one-sided. Everybody have the respective views to come in and express it. Some people think that we pro opposition or anti-government, but I'm glad to know that we are not. Hope to get to understand that everybody speak according to the detail of their own conscience. But look, there are several questions to be asked, and I pray that we all can take time off to reach out to people in the government, in the security apparatus, to ask them this question. Like I saw a clip yesterday. Somebody sent me a clip where the president's son said that he went to Spain with one of the NSA operative and met this guy in question, the Toure guy. So all these things, got to ask these questions. If he's saying when with this guy to Spain, whatever the case, but for different purpose, these are questions that need to be asked. People are asking these questions, you know. And also the question about the house that on 20th Street, where they took the drugs from and took it to Paul King's house before they took it to the airport. The house in question, people are asking, but these questions are being asked. So, and that's the problem I got. You have to brief the public. Come and tell the public what's going on. So people should not speculate. People should not get leaks. Leak coming out, every leak coming out, and that's what's happening. And that video in question, right now I saw something just now. Somebody said they now unmask the people that the two guys. They showing so people continue to have their own analysis about things, but we get to the bottom of it and find out what's happening. Because if you're giving the government 24 hours, they've been long for the 24 hours now, then people will not take you serious. And you got people putting their credibility on the line for it. And I told somebody, I said, your credibility on the line. You know, if this comes from that is not true, people will not give you no credence or respect anymore. So you gotta be very careful how you take things into consideration. But look, I enjoy the show. It's good. I love the diversity. I love it. It's good. We pray for you. We need more females to come on the show too. You got females around, bring them. People be complaining that we don't have females. Only one person, Sarah, been doing her best, but Sarah working between her hours, so it's hard. We bring more females who feel that they want to talk the issues to come. You know, so let's get ready. And I know this weekend, President, will be in Pennsylvania for the CDC convention. Hopefully, closing argument we may attempt to go there to see how best we can get to interview the former president. Hopefully, we'll get given an opportunity to do it. We look forward to that. We're working on things there. But let us continue to come and talk about our country. It's good. We love it. And 26 was just great all over the world, all over the states, the various states in America. We enjoy it. I was in Delaware, and I went to Trenton too, but most of Delaware. So it was good. We enjoy it. Thank you, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good to see you guys. Have a good night. I'm going to bed now. I can't eat nothing tonight. It's late. Bye-bye.
Yeah.